Yeah, that's the issue I have is red green.
Hello, everyone. We are here. Hopefully, you enjoyed the intro. Welcome to Raven for raiding in. Blue Joy is also here, and we are also in the presence of one macabre Derek. Welcome to you all who are hanging out. It is Friday. That means it's Cyberpunk time. Now we didn't play last Friday because it was the Friday after Thanksgiving, at least here stateside, and I was lay tired. There was a lot going on and travel the next day, but we're here, and I think the only other bloop we were talking about is the Friday after Christmas because I may still be out of town. So we'll get a couple sessions in, then we'll have a break, and then we'll come back, and we'll actually be in January. Uh, so, uh, yeah. So the time is kind of syncing up
It's
here.
cold.
Yeah.
Give me the
It's
cold.
cold.
I don't
From
want
the Texas
heat. Give me the
transplant,
cold.
yes. It has been a little cold and snowy. And we'll be joined by Night Mage at some point piloting JP. He has presumably some family stuff that he's doing, which may even include taking a nap because he might also be late tired, just because his family recently expanded, and so that can be a process.
The baby.
Anywho,
Also,
H
look,
down.
hold on.
Nah.
Looks like you've got both overlays up.
Yeah, that's the VTM overlay underneath
You're gonna
this.
be this with the VTM.
Oh, you
and
did?
the
Yeah.
there's a VTM.
Oh
over
yeah.
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 Underneath the Cyberpunk one,
Because underneath D-Res I see Tyrone.
and above your head, I see by night.
Oh, hang on.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? We actually did have a Halloween crossover, so clearly online, like real life, also bled into online, which is really disturbing, given the fact I want neither of these worlds to actually exist. Let's see what's going
Yeah.
on with this.
Well, well,
Night Mage dealing with the child DLC to life.
child DLC. Oh my god, that's like Game of
That's-
life in the fullest sense of the word.
If life is a game and children are DLC, very expensive paid DLC.
Yeah,
Cyberpunk,
true.
huh? What happens if I... Oh, hang on.
As a person
That
who does
doesn't
not have
seem-
child yet.
Yeah, because right now, yeah, I see what you're talking about there. Kiri has the Malkavian Broken Mirror by her name.
Yeah.
And Outback, you know what? Outback's a gangrel. That's fine. That works.
Yeah. Kiri's not
Alright,
insane
there we
enough
go.
to be a Malkavian.
I don't know what any of
E-Res
those
might-
icons are on
E-Res-
site, so
There we
E-Red
go.
100% might be crazy enough for a Malkavian.
In
Yeah,
the
I mean, she does have a truth from the truth from GTA level paranoia.
in the climax
You
of
blame her?
the vampire crossover, because they just finished that the Tuesday of Thanksgiving week here. It was actually Raven's character Ivy, who ended up becoming the hacker. Now, as we had discovered, vampire physiology is not compatible with cyber WARE, so she just had to use her own sort of Malkavian self to interface with the computer, which worked because just with the way that she saw things and could interact, all of Iteration X, which was kind of the Arasaka equivalent, with Pentex being Militech, kind of in a rivalry sort of thing. She just ended up using a special analog keyboard that she could use, and was like just out of phase enough, and she had just like rapid eye movements, and she also used I believe it was Oblivion Sight, so she could actually see the actual like matrix going on in this place, because the entire Iteration X building was a fetter for a wraith. like the computer system was a wraith, and so she actually could see the data streams and everything that a normal hacker couldn't, because it's technology and not spiritual. So anyway, that was fun. And then they fought a nuclear powered werewolf named Gordon Knott, and that was
I see what you did.
Interesting.
it was a grand conclusion. I'll post it up on YouTube. Raven, you can beat me around the head for that. I will get that posted up on YouTube. It might still be a VOD.
Look, she's been beating me over the head for my VODs. She better be beating you over the head for your VODs.
Oh yeah, actually, Raven says, yeah, hey, we got to turn a werewolf into a nuke. It was a mix of Auspex and Oblivion. I can't remember. I thought it was a Oblivion site or something, or I guess Oblivion is the discipline. But
Oblivion is a discipline. The power is Oblivion site.
And
Oblivion
then, sort of
also...
as a fun crossover, speaking of other Cyberpunk, and this can get into us having our table talk, because Coffee Cat, you also are having an epic conclusion to your own. But the
Night City Stargazers is on its last episode Wednesday.
Spex's character Clyde ended up. I allowed all the vampires to keep a souvenir from this future that should hopefully never happen, just as a weird sort of like a reminder that what they did happened, but it didn't happen. And Clyde kept the keys to the ship they used to ram the Iteration X building, and the vampire coterie / crew ended up naming the ship the Stargazer, which is a fun little nod over to the party or the crew that Coffee Cat's been running for on Wednesdays.
Yep.
Because those are they're the Night City Stargazers. And actually, Derek made a pop-up visit, a surprise visit there for this grand combat that was happening. So yeah, I'll shill for you here, Coffee and Raven. Thank you for the shout outs. The big, this is it. Everything will happen in the grand finale.
Wednesday is the conclusion. Yep.
And then at some point in time, are you switching back to vampire, or what's in the future for role playing besides the ongoing D&D campaign you do on Saturdays?
I haven't decided yet, because it's kind of a toss up, because between three different things. It's a toss up between doing Cyberpunk Red again, between doing San Antonio by night again,
okay,
or by doing Dallas again.
Now that some time has passed,
all of which
things have happened, right?
Yep. Lots of things could have happened. The vampire settings could be several future compared to the previous, and so it's really kind of up to the players that I have, and I have a very long short list now of people I would love to have at my table again, and people who would absolutely welcome back, because like no joke, there's like 10 people that are just like my top.
You must make them all fight each other in gladiatorial combat to see who has the who can make the cut.
Between all of them, I may have to do a casting call to see engage interest. So we'll see. What do they want to do? We'll find out in January on Coffee Cat Presents.
Oh, it's happening. All right. And then, of course, you're, well, not even a guest, because it's a co-stream, because you fire up your stream on Thursdays for some Stardew. So, and I appreciate you walking through that. The farm is looking really good, very comfy. Yesterday when we were playing, it was a day where just a lot of little things happened, and I definitely enjoyed just chilling out and breaking rocks for a while, and then like I would see all the progress you're making at the farm. That being said, Coffee.
I do like doing the farm. I'm not a very interesting game streamer, because I tend to get quiet when I game. And
Well-
I'm not exactly the most expressive person when I'm playing games.
That's why I get to ask you all the questions. Now, I did have, for IRS filing purposes, I had a business lunch with Dan, who was in town. Dan does a lot of the channel art.
Channel
And
art. Yeah.
I was discussing that because we're planning the memorial for 2025, which is something that debuts on this channel to celebrate the chaniversary of this place. And I mentioned playing Stardew, and let me tell you, two eyes went wide and lit up. So maybe on Thursday, we'll have a fellow farmer join us, because Dan apparently has like
That would be
1,000.
so cool because we've got another little cottage on the farm
Yeah,
already.
has like 1,000 hours already in the game. So we'll get
Come
stuff
on, Dan.
done.
What you been waiting for? Do you even
I've-
watch the stream?
I think I have 5 hours in Stardew. I have it. I have it on my Switch, and every time I turn my Switch on, it stares at me, and then I'm like, "Cool, Pokemon."
You've been playing Legends
I
EA?
have Stardew.
I
have
finished
no
the
hours
game.
because I've never actually downloaded Stardew, even though that I own it.
It's a very
But-
cozy game, and
Yep.
I have something like 500 and some hours.
I'm not the kind of person who plays cozy games.
Uh,
My coziest game is Minecraft, and usually it's heavily modded to include things like nuclear reactors and the like.
Then lethality,
What
do what
the
I
fuck?
do. I'm specking to kill monsters and hit rocks until they fall apart, and I've just enjoyed that every day. Wake up, grab the pickaxe, and diggy hole.
These are dwarves.
Yeah, I could spec into the dwarf life, I guess.
I even have a
should correct
dwarf helmet.
myself. The
and then
game I have 500 hours in is Cyberpunk 2077. Not Stardew. Stardew was my top game until that game came out.
at some point, Coffee, and I may return back there. My first playthrough was very mixed bag, because of some hardware
I
issues
understand.
and other things. Since that time,
Yep.
I think the BIOS for my motherboard finally calmed its cyber
Tits?
tits, and I'm not getting the disconnects and everything that was happening before. I also I should be steady with RAM and my video card and everything, so I might be willing to go back and give it a less frustrating try now that I actually have
It should be a
functional
better
user
experience.
interface with the video game.
Yeah, the experience will be so much better if you're not having hardware issues.
And then for all of you here as well, because Chameleon, you hunt with me, and Blue Joy's out there. Raven does as well. At some point, they're gonna have the Christmas event in Phasmo, so we can step
Oh,
up
boy.
and do some Christmas time. They have like a special
Ghosties.
Krampus ghost model or something that they
I
usually
saw,
put
I
out
saw
there.
a long time ago a ghost with a snowman head. So
Evil as well
Oh, no.
is one of our hunters, and Queenie, Lion Queenie. I don't think she's here, but she usually she'll come and hang out. But she's a hunter, and so sometimes we might get others. Dan, I talked to Dan about that, and I don't really like horror. It's very much your answer, Coffee, to hunting in Phasmo. So, all right. Anyway, lots of fun stuff. Just because it's getting cold, at least here in the northern hemisphere. Lots of fun things that we're doing as a
And hot and
community.
southern.
And hey, if you all out there want to start your own Stardew Valley farm and interact with each other, let me be a medium for you all to do that and to interact in that way, because it's been this has been a good year. It's been a year of stability and very slow growth, and at least not treading water to sinking, unlike last year. So we're gonna have a very good memorial for it. And I will say, because we did start this game this year, your characters will most likely be present somewhere in the memorial. So look forward to it, and you should.
Just like
Nice.
Chroma.
Yep.
I
like
can't
in
wait to see
Chroma.
Dan's version of D-Res.
So
Dan's
I
version
hope you
of
like
D-Res
what
is gonna be
we
so cute.
the idea that Dan and I hatched out for this year's memorial.
Yeah.
Looking forward to it.
Let's go over to let's just go down the line as I have you all. over here. So from Drez/Coffee Cat, we have Gopher / Evil Intent. How you doing, friend? What are you up to? Anything that you want to announce or talk about as we're having our customary table talk before we get into the character?
Nothing really. Yeah.
You're
A
pretty
nice,
average.
slow and steady end of the year. That's fine. IRL comfy is amazing.
Look, just be glad you're not working. If you are, you know. If you're not, how dare you?
And let me just say that,
bitter about it.
especially on these cold days, Evil, I'm very jealous of your full beard, and you got this awesome head of hair. Believe me, winter isn't coming. Winter's already arrived when it comes to my own density of things. So be comfy, be just be the blanket burrito. That you be your best blanket burrito. Be warm and be warm and well, and enjoy your natural gifts. Let's move down to camera 3. Hey, there we go. Oh man, and here I am sitting in front of like a tower fan too, like an absolute fool. Camera 3 is Kiri / Lethality Complex. Anything going on with you that you wanted to talk about, bring up, or that I can help shill for you?
Well, I mean, now we're getting into the end of the year, my projects are slowing down. I have overtime to spend, so that so I'm having some time off. Obviously,
yes.
I'm gonna take some time off at the end of the year as well. And once I have that time available, you better believe I'm going to be running a mini campaign of something.
Awesome.
I have the itch to get back. I have the itch to get back in the GM seat, whether it be more than a one shot, whether it be me finally getting off my fat butt and running mage, like a mini campaign for mage, or running my own little bit of Cyberpunk Red, or something else in the World of Darkness, or SCP, or SCP, the TTRPG second edition, which was the one shot I had. That was really fun. Raven can attest to that. I tormented them with Sumerian gods. But yeah, that's those are the thoughts that I have in my brain for the things that I'm gonna do.
I'm here
over
for
the next
it, man.
few Hey,
I'm here for it.
You find the time, Maddie, and you know we end up, if when I decide to run fits in your schedule, hit me up. You have a spot at my table. I would be more than happy to run.
Well, so on that note, especially with how everything just in pop culture and just everything everywhere was languishing last year in 24, and now we're seeing a little bit of springtime emergence of things with the channel. Personally, you know, I've done a lot of restructuring in the languishing year, and then especially in this year, and with me moving out of the external office, like back to home base and whatnot. I've kept things on the channel a lot more loosey goosey, where I'm not like, okay, I gotta show up 5 nights a week, and we gotta hit, you know, we gotta do entire like learning arcs of RPGs. I love doing that. I haven't given up on it, but I also needed to do a lot of me time, and so
you had to make the schedule.
Video games is also good
for this year, and then even going into 2026. It's not that the channel's getting any sort of a new identity, but I'm fine keeping open to either making a guest appearance, or if you want to run some short form story, and there's a day and a time that I can do that, then I would be happy to show up on other people's streams. In fact, when I got going originally on Twitch as a not just a consumer of entertainment, but a producer of it, I was so happy on Fridays. I would go over to D&D time, and I got to play these fun little characters in a weekly kind of like grab bag adventure, just a little, you know, hour and a half long story one shot. It was refreshing to the soul, and so I certainly don't mind being a part of other people's campaigns. I may not be able to do like a long form one, but if it's a 3-shot, or it's a nebulous, but it will just be a short story of, well, here's an idea and let's work through the idea, and then we'll go from there. Cool. Let me know, and I'd be happy to.
Yeah.
I'd be happy to see if I can show up at a table.
I mean, three shots and things.
On mine.
Yeah,
Yeah.
three shots and things like that are about aside obviously the 2 games that I already have, Rebirth and this. That's really about the only, like, especially given that it's in my vacation time. That's basically about the only times I have to actually do stuff these days because of how busy that I am. But yeah, no, I am thinking I am gonna run a 3-shot. I'll probably hit up my short list of players because I know of a few that. I know of a few. If I say, "Hey, I want to do this system," I will have like 4 or 5 people knocking at my door, being like, "Let me in! Let me in! Let me in at your table, please!" So
Yeah.
The let me in meme. Yep. 100%.
Yeah, just
Excellent.
Let me in.
Then
that's
I will shill for you when that time comes, and then especially if it's a Tuesday, Wednesday, or Saturday, I'll see if I can make myself available to show up for a short story there. Moving down to Camera 4, which is Outback, piloted by one, well, depending on where you find him, Encyclochameleon or Overlord Chameleon, with the underscore that is necessary as well. Which note to you, Coffee. We gotta fix the name on the overlay.
I keep forgetting. You forget. I'm a very forgetful person.
No, that's it. The whole thing's canceled. I'm embarrassed. Everyone's judging me. Everyone's watching, and it's over.
Okay, I mean, I have a name swap available. I can change it right now.
My honor is besmirched. How you doing, friend? Anything that you want to talk about in the virtual worlds of imagination, or over on your own channel, because you have been broadcasting video games?
I have been broadcasting video games. The topic of consuming versus creating was brought up. I've mostly started on Twitch only consuming, so starting to get into creating content. Tuesday was my first actual full 4-hour stream. Normally I peter out and die at around 3.5. The only exception to that had been the only exception for that had been when I did Dispatch, but
that's it. Play through that. That's so good.
Yeah. Dispatch is basically an 8-hour game. Every chapter takes an hour, 8 chapters. So
thank you for the shoutouts, by the way, Raven.
Did a 4x4. So yeah, if you want to go over there, you can. Well, I'm done with Dispatch now, so probably Marvel Rivals, Risk of Rain 2 if I feel like it.
We can duo in Rivals, and you can back me up as I murder everybody as Moon Knight.
You murder everybody in every game that you play, Paladin.
That is.
It's true.
No,
what that is. I play Moon Knight.
That's fine. I'll heal you.
No, I don't. If I'm playing. I always just call it. Every game has their own terms. If I'm playing DPS, that's usually Squirrel Girl.
No, I flex. I have at least 3 heroes in every role that I play. So.
Yeah.
But no, Coffee. For your information, I do not murder everybody in every game I play. I only murder some of them. I mentally traumatize the rest. Thank you.
I'm sorry. I got it wrong.
I checked my stream a little bit. I think I need to change some of my settings. My stream quality was really bad for Rivals, so...
It's probably a bit rate thing.
It's
definitely need the high bit rate, and if your internet can't handle a high bit rate, you're getting
action games will screw you.
I've got a direct Ethernet, but
you have gigabit internet or better.
I don't know about that. I don't know how to even check that. But I was getting a lot of encoding overloading on my OBS side. So
Yeah.
That
So
sounds like
then,
an
speaking
upgrade
of
thing.
projects that are stopping, starting, technical issues and the like, why don't we pick up with the game here, since we had our fun little catch up and weekly chatter, and the possibility of murdering or traumatizing people is an option in this. So
Yeah.
just as a quick summary, because we did have the 1 week off as well. Right now, well, and you all can see the date. Like, so we're keeping real time through the campaign. We are working through the year 2064 in our campaign, and it is currently Wednesday, January 9th, and the location is the up and coming. Lots of development, lots of energy. Everything is neat, is clean and new, and nothing bad will ever happen to Pacifica. So much money is getting poured into this part of Night City. There's an amusement park. There's this nice convention center. There's
The
even
Grand
a
Imperial Mall.
yeah, just the mall, and there's the desalination plant, which has actually done a lot to improve the water quality of the city, and then also in the little the little bay by the beach area that's been cleaned. So Pacifica, how wonderful! I mean, I don't know if any of you ever imagined possibly renting a place to live here, because actually, if we look, because this is even how you chose where you would end up taking your gig this week. I mean, there's just, you live, work, and play, and then it just costs 5,000 a month to be in Pacifica. You know, that's that's where everything is. But
Given that we almost got murdered over the first 1,000 eddies that we got this month that we've yet to pick up, and that if we want another 1,000, we basically have to be willing to die. 5,000 a month. I'll just go and leap off the top of one of those buildings now and break both of my legs. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, people are just dying to live here. Then it seems. Then
So souls.
so you might have to. Then you all might need to schlep back to your places of residence outside of Pacifica. But for now, you're in the convention center on this Wednesday afternoon, because you and many other people are applying for temp jobs for the electronic fair that is going on this week. And so we're going to begin with you all going through the application process. Of course, you're willing to, you're able to do a little hemming and hawing and planning, because while JP is not here with us currently, he has been a force. He sees in you all a lot of potential and talent, and thinks that you all can really come together. And as someone who is an old fixer, that itself may speak volumes, because how many people reach an age like he does, especially as a fixer, as someone who arranges jobs, has contacts, could be betrayed at any moment, and so you're here, and we left off, and then we also had the in our Discord channel conversation of who's here, what's available. And if you want this to take place, if you all want to have a little powwow with each other in like the cafeteria to sit down, because maybe you got little job flyers or something, we can have an RP session before we go through the application process, and we set things up then, because Thursday, so the next day, or rather, let's take a step back. After you select your job today on Wednesday, you're spending the rest of the evening. You're getting a quick tutorial depending on what you do. You know, if you need a uniform, you need something. You're going to get the orientation, and then you need to be here tomorrow because it's the presser. So all sorts of media and it'll just be like execs and media in the building, so that things can just focus on the tech that's here and conduct interviews and whatever. There won't be the normal public, and then Friday and Saturday are going to be the public days, when the whole convention center will be crowded and people are gawking and buying and doing all sorts of stuff. And then Sunday is tear down and whatever. It's kind of a half day. You get your week's pay if you complete your contract, and then you go from there. So, as the crew, and you tell me, do you see this as you all are getting together? Are you sitting down in the in like the public area of the convention center, or what do you want to do?
Yeah, I think sitting down in the cafeteria together to figure out where we're going to end up / hit. Because maybe also doing some theft on the side, as we had spoken about.
Okay.
Huh.
And Kiri is looking over the flyer, and she's kind of tapping her fingers against her cheek.
D-Rez is just kind of mulling over a couple of things that have caught her eye.
Do you all did the image that I just posted up? Are you seeing that in our Roll20? Are you seeing the cafe area?
I got the map still.
No.
Interesting. Let's
I can try refreshing.
Oh, there we go. I see it.
Okay.
That's the floor.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the convention floor, it looks like. There we are.
All right. So, you are all sitting around one of these tables. I mean, I'm sure there's like 2 that you could scoot up to, so everyone has a place, and you can sprawl your brochures or whatever as well. There's all sorts of things that are offered. There's even real food, if you want it. Otherwise, there's all sorts of assorted kibble options for you. But yeah, here we are.
Is it gonna cost me any money
There's
to go and get that real food?
real food will cost you money, yes. Now,
because it's above our lifestyle.
Like, so your lifestyle, you can eat here as a part of your normal lifestyle. If it's kibble, then you get kibble, but you'd have to pay for real food while you're here. Now, if you're an employee of the convention center, or afterwards, if you do decide to work for one of the corps specifically, you might have that option available to you, because you're either earning more money or they might just feed you real food. But for this, you haven't signed any paperwork yet. You're simply an applicant. You're a literal who off the street, and so you can eat here, but it's cafeteria fare. Though, perhaps as a small boon, maybe the kibble provided here is of different flavors than perhaps what you've tried, or maybe even as part of the tech show. There's like, new flavor infused kibble, and so there could be some interesting, I don't know, fusion flavor that that comes up. In fact, for a little bit of a connection to what had happened in the past, because I remember it was, well, I think it was either Night Mage or Chameleon, I think it was one of you two, that said one of the cruelest things about the brain dance you were in at the Hook was the fact you could actually like smell real food, and like it actually was activating your salivary glands and everything. So there may very well be a kibble that has we didn't get into the detail of the food in Cleveland you passed by, but perhaps there's a kibble there that as you're walking by, just a couple neurons activate as you smell it, and this kibble is infused with the same flavor molecules as whatever was put into your breather mask at the Hook.
Get pub
Maybe there's
burger.
actual scop dogs.
Oh, a pub
Yeah,
burger,
that is-
like cheddar on a pretzel bun, and
I mean, that is also a thing too. The quote unquote kibble lifestyle does also support other super heavily processed things like Scott dogs.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Because the next step up is like generic prepackaged food that's actually real.
Yeah.
Yeah, like
Well,
TV
Like
dinners.
yeah, like
TV dinners,
new
yeah.
TV dinners. Um,
Where scop is mostly like
Scop.
super processed shit in a tube.
Yep.
So
it's a hot dog, but like plastic casing.
sometimes wrapped in plastic, sometimes wrapped in casing.
No.
Who knows?
It's like a casing, but it's like a plastic casing. They're not like intestine casing franks that are like give you the really nice pop when you bite into them or whatever. But I
No,
imagine
they're-
Kiri is probably sitting there, nomming at a bag of, given that Arasaka's company, they probably like got a whole bunch of like Japanese-inspired flavors, and so this is probably like chicken teriyaki flavor, and she like pops a piece of my mouth. Oh, this sucks. You know.
it's edible. Yeah.
No, I wouldn't necessarily say so. You try some.
Actually
It's like
kinda good.
it's like really bad chicken teriyaki.
But also,
The noodle shot
D-Rez has
teriyaki
lived
is
on
way better.
D-Rez has lived on this sort of diet her entire life, so it's
You know,
Just a bunch of
Kiri.
kibble vendors, a bunch of scop vendors, one
And the noodles.
one Panda Express, because of course Panda Express still exists.
Yeah.
the equivalent. Yep.
General Tso's chicken. But no, Kiri is kind of tapping her fingers to her cheek. You know, out of everyone here, I'm probably the only one equipped to take on the big job. She kind of taps it.
Why would you even think about that?
Unless they are going to give me a car to run over someone with. Yeah, I would agree with that.
It's also
Why-
the most dangerous.
Why would we take any job here?
Money.
Yeah.
Maybe a chance
Money?
at some free fresh food.
But it's also it also has that disclaimer down at the bottom, could end in death.
It's a
That is fair.
It's a live weapons test. Of course, it could end in death.
I don't like that idea.
Well, no, it's not like I'm in a rush to die anymore.
Well, then why suggest it unless you had some kind of death wish?
Because I could probably do it without dying, and it would make money.
I don't doubt your skills. I trust you. I don't trust them.
Neither do I. But the thing is, D, you can always trust a dishonest man to be dishonest. It's the honest ones you have to watch out for, because you never know when they're going to do something utterly stupid.
Like Mikhail.
Like Mikhail.
The thing that I have an issue with in that regard, now, you can maybe tell me that I'm paranoid, maybe you can tell me that I'm a little too much of a nethead, but this, as soon as they get your name, it's not gonna take much for them to figure out who you are.
You mean my cover? We've been over this.
I got through your cover.
Because I let you.
Maybe.
I'm sure Arasaka has some wireheads that are a little bit more brute force and competent. Nothing against you, but Corp has only forced the best out of people. And I don't think we
And
could
if-
go up against some Saka ninjas.
And if
Well,
they're-
but that's actually the funny thing. Arasaka's Netrunner team is actually utter garbage. It's the ninjas that you have to
Oh,
watch out
yes.
for.
I wouldn't
I
go
heard
so
it
far
many
as to
times.
say.
I heard it many times from Militech.
I wouldn't go so far as to say that they're incompetent. I would actually, you know, I'm scared of Arasaka Netrunners because they could easily fry me.
Oh yeah, but it's not because of better skills. It's just equipment. That's what makes
I
them
don't know
better.
about that.
It's true. Because the thing
A
is
better
that they're,
cyber deck
they're,
gets you only so far.
their Netrunners' entire tactic usually isn't to actually do data espionage unless there's data to steal, and then they simply look for the file, they take it, and they leave.
Yeah,
No,
and they're
normally
with
they're
net running chairs. They're equipped with bodyweight suits. They're equipped with hardware to improve their cyber decks. In fact, their cyber decks are probably built into their chairs with all sorts of intense
and
hardware.
Again, that's just equipment. Their main tactic is that they tag architecture that then allows someone to go and physically infiltrate.
I don't know. Well,
That
I don't
counterintelligence
like-
unit is more social engineering than it is anything else. If we equipped you suitably, you would be able to take down the Netrunners no problem. The issue is that the Netrunners would likely find you, tag you, and then they would send a hit squad to murder you. The issue wouldn't be in the net; it would be in the meat space once the ninjas show up. And unfortunately, as good as I am, I unfortunately no longer have the requisite cybernetic enhancements in order to take somebody like that on. They would kill me.
which is one of the reasons why I am very cautious that you don't anchor them, that you don't even sign up for it, that you just stay away from Sokka as much as you possibly can because they're going to kill you.
Well, yes, inevitably they probably will.
And
I'd like to point out something in that's rather important, though. Arasaka proper still aren't allowed in Night City. Everyone here is going to be a contractor.
that doesn't mean shit.
What are they going to do? Hire
It might take them
contractors?
longer, but like if Arasaka's really so keen on you and your existence, period, just ending
I'm simply
as soon as they
incidental.
find you.
I'm simply incidental leftovers.
Osaka ain't legally allowed to be on NUSA soil. Last time I checked, Night City is an independent state, and also nomads are well known for getting people across borders, no questions asked.
Yeah,
I think
yes, there
technically
is
it's not independent yet. I think.
No,
It's-
it's not.
that might
It's
be
not
like
independent
2 or
yet.
3 years away.
It's still NUSA.
However,
Yes.
the spirit
wasn't up yet.
before it actually happens, the spirit has to be there. So what you said can still hold true because in the heart of the city, if you're from Night City, you ain't like anyone else. So
Nope.
I'll let it
We're
fly the
following the spirit.
technicality.
We're the spirit of Night Corp, don't worry.
Speaking of
Look,
wraiths,
our
speaking of wraiths
our
and computer
wonderful-
systems,
our wonderful murdered founder.
All of that aside, if you can give me a distinct reason why I shouldn't, with my skills, knowing full well that Arasaka doesn't have an official presence here and that it's all contractors, tell me, and I won't. You know I trust your judgment, D.
I don't want you putting your life on the line for 1,000 eddies and a hot meal.
I mean, there's also the
You're worth
executive
way
fee.
more than that.
There's also the executive medical coverage, but I mean, that aside, there's so many things that I could say in response to that, but I'm not going to kill the moment. Very well, I won't. I am, however, and she does kind of mark a couple of corporate security jobs, more or less working as like convention security and more as like under the specific employ of a corp, because there's prototype tech everywhere. Everyone's going to want to pull in freelancers and mercenaries and like local hires so that they don't have to bring in their own forces to protect their assets, because of the fact that every company here is going to be on the thought that there's probably going to be someone who wants their stuff, and that someone would break in and try to steal it. So they're going to want people who are loosely affiliated but with enough plausible deniability to take out said ne'er-do-wells with extreme prejudice.
On that note, then, in fact, a couple points of order for what has been discussed so far. None of you need to roll particularly for the human perception. You are not the only group of people who have shoved two tables together and who are going over papers and having similarly hunched over discussions. So you can imagine that there's people here for all different reasons as well. And then there's, as you see, there's a lot of individuals just like sitting and eating, or people who might just be down on their luck or whatever. So there is that, at least to back up your point there, Kiri. Even if it's just an edge runner's gut feeling, as you look at other tables and you see other groups of people who are kind of going over the brochures or making checklists, or I don't think D-Res said that she's doing this, but there's probably even a scene where there's one person who's like leaning over the table and has grabbed his choom by the collar, and you can't hear what they're saying, but there's like some vigorous shaking going on, and then like a thwap upside the head.
Then it's even outside of that. It's just the basic corporate thinking of we have a lot of stuff here, prototype stuff, that someone is probably going to want so that they can try and fence it. We can't necessarily bring in our own forces too heavily, because of the fact that we show up with an army. Yeah, people are going to have issues with that. The corporations rule the world in that sense, but there's also this thing of it's just a PR nightmare to show up with an army to do a tech show. So they hire people who are only loosely affiliated. They can slip into the shadows. They have plausible deniability, but they still get the security that they want.
I'm sorry, real quick, and then I'll let you go, because you already broached it so far. The two other points of order. Speaking of cyber chairs, it certainly wasn't anything that a big corporation like Arasaka would have, but even Mikhail ended up modding his hospital bed into a cyber chair. So he was able to hack into his own business from the hospital using the hospital's network and hardware. And then also, because it was brought up about, speaking of a physical presence quite literally dropping in for corporate espionage, not necessarily digitally, but physically, that also happened at the Hook. Now, coincidence? Maybe. Standard operating procedure, or someone's trying to just imitate the Arasaka method? Maybe. But because it was brought up in conversation, I can at least reinforce that these thoughts could come to mind, that there are similarities now that it's been put out there in the ether of your cafeteria tables. All right, now back to you all. Just I wanted to bring up those points.
And then, of course, with Gopher bringing up Mikhail as a
Yeah.
response to it's the honest ones you gotta watch out for.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Kiri did give him a nod of affirmation, like, yes, very much correct. But
I mean,
everyone,
the person.
that philosophy where it's like, yeah, you use your netrunners to tag physical locations and then you just send people in. Arasaka used ninjas, Militech just used soldiers.
Yeah. Heavy artillery. They just need to tag your grid coordinates. The other point of view here, like, perhaps, maybe, the corps will bring in local security, but unfortunately the person who would be able to answer this, our fixer, isn't present. But the other point is the corps might just be double dealing. They're going to sell what they can legally sell here, and a few nights there might be a night market for the stuff they can't legally sell.
Also,
Why bother trying to protect their stuff from being stolen when they can just sell it?
I think it's prototype and not ready yet, because it is a it is a tech show
Like,
where it is just a tech demo, and something goes wrong, or they decide, yeah, we're not ready to sell it yet, and yet a prototype gets out onto the market anyway because someone steals it and sells it.
Yeah. If I were a corp, I would want to head off any prototype theft by just turning a double profit and selling it on a night market.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair,
Yeah.
normally they'd let their stuff get stolen, but that by edge running teams they sponsor.
Or
do that.
gangs, you know.
Or gangs. Look, we already had a run-in with the bozos. What's yet? The Philharmonics, the sitcoms.
Tiger Claws?
Just
At the
keep
very-
the
I mean,
mascots away from me.
At the very least, the Tiger Claw. The Tiger Claws would be actually not the worst in the world to deal with.
I thought the tiger claws were in Sokka's lap.
Other way around.
Rumored.
At least at the moment, because Arasaka doesn't have the their kind of like the foothold they have in 2077 here in Night City yet. But once you get to the time of 2077, yeah, basically the Tiger Claws are in their lap, with the exception of like those who directly serve, like Wakako, who is still around in 2064. She
Yep.
is definitely
Yes.
around.
A younger Wakako.
Yeah, she's probably is like a cougar on her fifth husband by now, so it's you know.
Husband 5 is still alive, maybe.
well, you.
Husband 5 is still alive. Breaking news from Japantown. Seems like
Breaking news from Japantown. The MILF isn't a gilf yet. More at 11.
so. Yeah, when we, I'll say when, just in case. I don't want to say if JP arrives, but
Yeah,
when JP arrives, we may ask him to see if he can sniff out if a night market's going to be happening coincidentally very close to the Electronics Fest.
I imagine it probably would, but yeah. With what Diaz has said, Kiria's like, fine. I'll take on one of the just regular corporate security jobs. They need mercenaries. I can do that.
Good.
Not to mention, given that Kiri does actually have licenses for her weapons, she does have the requisite licenses and everything to basically bounty hunt as far as Night City is concerned. Any of the corps would be more than happy to have her, and she would be actually able to more or less open carry her weapons.
I'm thinking
So long as she stays within the confines of the the exhibit of whichever corps she's working for.
Outback doesn't have a license for his weapon, or his cyberware, or his car.
Where's car?
I mean,
He is very careful to he is very careful to know where all the red light cameras are.
technically, Kiri doesn't have a license for her Sandy, but then no one knows that she has her Sandy.
Until it's too late.
Then if you're the catalyst for a job, if you're rejecting the generous yet very dangerous Arasaka weapons testing, which of the companies do you want to put an application in to run security? Because you can do it just for the convention center itself, or there was a list in our Discord channel as well. Because you could work for Arasaka as security and not as a tester, but again, that would put you in close proximity and probably make Drez pissed off at you. But there is Night Corp.
I mean,
there's Ziggurat, but that's Ziggurat by Nightwatch now, or Netwatch. I mean,
Netwatch.
There's Data Inc., EBM, Segatari, Encom, which is that interesting up and coming. Like no one's really heard of them before, but they try to provide some very immersive virtual entertainment.
They're gonna they're gonna try and make you play a game called Space Paranoids. Don't do it. Don't do it.
I heard that Encom was working on hard light motorcycles.
They need people for a video game who can drive really well. For some reason.
I imagine it's probably safe to just cross Arasaka off entirely.
Yeah,
let's pretend that they're not here.
Now, nothing is stopping me from being a little nosy.
Oh, yeah.
But I'm probably gonna join up with one of the smaller Night City-based businesses. Support small business.
Yeah, going with one of the independents.
Okay.
Yep. As net security.
I'll be running internal shuttle. You hear a lot that way, and map the place out.
Okay.
It'd be a good way to get an eyes on everything.
All right. So you want to do the internal shuttle for the convention center?
Yeah, because
now
most of the people who will be using that are gonna be people who don't want to walk. So the important people.
Okay. Let's get this. We have Outback is convention center shuttle, and Drez is you wanted to be an indie net security or something.
Yeah.
Okay. You were gonna say something, Gopher? You wanted to work for was it EBM?
Yeah, EBM's kind of caught my eye, but then kind of sitting here thinking about it. D-Res probably knows more about this than I do, but like most people don't mess with Netwatch because of what they do and what's beyond the wall.
You don't fuck with the black wall. And Netwatch kind of overseeing all of that.
Yeah.
Those Netwatch fuckers are scary.
Yeah, see,
Fry you in a nanosec.
those are your net boogeymen. They are the ones that will hunt you down and kill you in the net. And then they will find you and double tap you in meat space.
Yes.
Yep.
Speaking of 2077, I love the fact that you can get that black wall cyber deck thing, and they will actually send Netwatch agents after you.
Yeah.
For EBM, then, do you want to, like, you just want to do like the physical stuff, like the physical connections, help them build up the booths, help them make sure that all their demo units are plugged in properly, or do you want to do something else?
Probably tech support and troubleshooting, yeah.
Got it. Excellent. EBM tech support. And then Kiri.
I'm thinking probably floating somewhere between. I was actually tossing up between NCOM, EBM, and Night Corp as security, as like physical security.
Okay.
EBM might be a good one because they have a big announcement and they're probably going to use the demo stage pretty heavily. Night Corp is always a good one because the fact that they're going to have so many different kinds of people through, and NCOM, given that they're new, but they're also large enough to be mentioned specifically by name. They might also want people as they're planning to do all sorts of they're planning to show off all sorts of different new stuff. Maybe they have a physical light cycle that someone might try and steal. So
Which
I'm trying to I'm tossing up. I want to also put it out to the rest of the crew as well. Where do you think I should go? Because I think all three of them make sense. Because the fallback, if it's none of those three, would probably be Arasaka, but I don't want to do that. Again, it would be
You
as
guys would be
security.
mad. Yep. Let's see.
I also want to get 1,000 teddies anyway because I want to pick up an external linear frame.
Well, we'll be going to our dead drops and getting 1,000.
Yeah.
An extra 1,000 wouldn't hurt though.
That's exactly why it's offered there.
as a note for you, Drez, to do the indie NetSec, that would technically be like a convention tier job because they're smaller booths. However, you would be focusing on the small businesses instead of general net architecture or maintenance for the convention center as a whole. So it would be convention center pay, but you would get you would look at the indie developers and companies,
And maybe get a little bonus there if one of them's like, hey, you've been doing good work, maybe via way of an in to more work or something like that.
So far we have convention center shuttle, convention center indie NetSec, and convention center janitorial for JP because he wanted to be the old man who mops stuff and just sort of
overhears everything.
He overhears everything. He's very charismatic. Don't let the botch in that presentation. He dispenses wisdom and tries to extract info. So right now, Gopher is the only one who's signed up for a specific corp with EBM.
I'll I'll go physical security with EBM. I think backup Gopher.
Well,
Okay.
Because with going with Night Corp or NCOM, we're more spread out, so we might hear more.
Yeah, that's also true. Actually, I'll go NCOM. I'll do physical security for NCOM. Not to mention, I mean, they might be nice and like hook up my light armor jack with maybe their personal security look like their security looks like people from the grid.
This, we are in a very light revival. There's a lot of like neon stripes of all sorts of colors, of things, and yeah, that could very well be
They might give me a mod kit, my armor jack, to make me look like someone out of Tron, which would be, Look, say what you want. The style is badass.
I love that. But yeah, so being spread out kind of would give us more coverage of the whole place, and obviously we can keep each other on the hollow.
All right then. Here, I'm gonna send this just as a reminder for all of us. So if you are if you're locked in there, then you can have your 1, 2, 3 break as over the intercom you would hear.
The application period is ending shortly. Please make your way to the designated desk to apply for your job.
And I'm sure there's a pleasant boom, 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 boom.
And Kiri's looking at everybody like, "Oh, now or never. Let's go." And
Yep.
Kiri's gonna head for the NCOM exhibit.
Okay.
See you on the flip side.
Yep, Gopher and Kiri, you make your way to those sections of the map that were indicated. You can reference it. I believe that's up in our Discord channel as well, so you can see where people are operating. I can throw it back up on our Roll20, but I deleted it off because of why Roll20 doesn't display something new that I drop in front of you all. But there is a map up there that you can access, and so everyone else is going to do their. Although the three of you who are working convention jobs, you really don't have to go far because they just have an area. It'd be like the mall office off the cafeteria here that you could go to, and there's other people who are waiting because they want to be the ones who also are working at the Fusion Panda Express / Taco Bell, the place that survived the fast food wars.
Orange chicken burrito.
And then of course JP is going to have to replace the seashells in the bathroom.
Although an orange chicken burrito sounds like it would slap.
I mean, look.
Yeah, actually, it would.
That might. Coffee, you got to work on this, and then tell me when you're doing that, and I'll come over and we're gonna try orange chicken burritos.
And instead of the cilantro rice for the burrito, you got to get the chicken fried rice.
Yep.
Or
See,
shrimp.
look, I gotta
God, we need
right for most of the people in this world who lived off of kibble and scop. If they had the money, who wouldn't want to be at the combination Pizza Hut and Taco Bell?
Yeah, I mean, it's scop
It's a
pizza,
step
but
above top.
Well, I mean, to be fair, if you pay the additional 10 eddies, they add actual chicken. It's synth chicken, but chicken.
Applications go through. The convention center is very laid back. I mean, you do need ID, but they're not running the same kind of background security check that you would get through a specific corporation. And that's when you also get the old guy doing the interviews is all right, here it is. This ain't my first rodeo. I'm going to tell you what's happening. You make sure you show up. You get paid if you complete your contract, et cetera, et cetera. There's the note about if you have extra business outside the convention, keep it for after your shift. There's been people who have met others, and they've gotten a pretty big tip after work. And you will get acknowledging winks one way or the other. He's practical about it, very earthy about things, because he's just been doing this sort of thing for a very long time. So if you're at work, he's a no-nonsense kind of supervisor or boss. But when you're off the clock or whatever, he doesn't care if you're, playing a video game in the stall on a toilet break. But when you got to get back to work, he expects you to work because you have to keep a good presentation as staff. And if you do a good job and you come back, then maybe you'll, maybe you could be paid more for doing the entry-level stuff for the convention center. Because he does remind you, he does keep, naughty and nice lists. In fact, we could probably even say he's an older guy who would be larger, almost have a somewhat Santa Claus-like appearance. And so there's people that he doesn't blame anyone, but he strongly encourages you all to make good choices during the tech show. Otherwise, you get put on the naughty list.
Yeah, I'm chauffeuring. I'm getting paid to do that, and I might get tips.
Yep. And so you are going to, um, when you go to your orientation, they'll give you they'll size you for a uniform, and you will be given a locker area where, as an employee, you come so you could dress however you want. You wear the convention uniform, and then you do your job, and then when your shift is over, you take the uniform off, throw it in a laundry service, and then you can go home. And he doesn't care what you do at home. He only cares what you do while you're at the convention center. So there will be that process. You'll get fitted for a uniform, and something that's specific. So, of course, Outback, you'd get a convention center uniform, but it would be like a valet staff. You'd probably get a little cap as well that you can wear.
Lovely. I sure hope they don't mind, because every day Outback wakes up, he shaves off the stubble, he walks outside, it's back. It's... and it never gets.
Shadow.
It never gets any longer.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's 5 o'clock somewhere. Just always, it's always 5 o'clock. Although that itself would be a kind of a fun edge runner handle as well. Like everyone calls you 5 o'clock or 5-0 or something. All right,
Don't
so
tempt me.
so you'd get that. Of course, we'd have JP would probably be given the like the overalls. Or like the jumper, like the one piece sort of suit for cleaning staff. Now D-Res, because you're doing a behind the scenes job, you do need to wear a convention uniform. So the person who is who's taking your measurements is impressed with your streetwear. You're probably one of the more colorful people who've applied, and she'll try to get you something that we'll make sure it fits. But you at least get the side note of you got to wear the it's all a gray uniform, but then there's little flares of green, blue, yellow, and red that are found throughout the uniform as well. You can have your choice of whatever, like pants or a skirt. You get a nice, more like an office style, like a blazer, so at least you look more officey than someone who's out on the floor. So you would get this appearance. I won't tell you exactly what it looks like. In fact, if you want to tell me what the convention center net security looks like, you can. And really, for all of you, you can custom tailor it if you want to describe it one way. But it's just going to be a generic, Nintendo gray uniform with the 4 color accents on it. So if you want something like, I don't know, Outback, do you find yourself, you think it'd be cool if you wore like a white glove service chauffeur? Even if it annoys Outback, you have to wear it, but it's a fun image anyway. You all can tell me what the fashion looks like for your uniforms. But those uniforms will be waiting for you in the morning when you show up for your shift. And then you redeposit it, and then you get to go home and come back and do it again. These are going to be 12-hour shifts, except on Sunday. Today's the half day because of orientation and training, and then Sunday's a half day for cleaning up, doing any last minute stuff, disconnect or whatever. And then so Thursday, Friday, and Saturday are 3 12-hour shifts. You'll get breaks. I don't know what the legalities of Night City are going to be, but it'll be appropriate for the job you're doing to get like a lunch break and something else. So we can smooth that over if it needs to come up. But
with 12 hours, I think there would be 1 hour lunch and 2 30-minute breaks.
That seems fine. Yeah, this is especially for the convention center. As long as you're doing your job, this guy said he'll take care of you if you take care of him. Now for EBM tech support, so Gopher, you go and so EBM will collect your info, basic stuff, your real name and address. They're going to need your bank account so that they can pay you after you complete your contract. Similar to the convention center, you're expected to be here for those days on a 12-hour shift. and then you're going to get a uniform for IBM. Huh. What a dumb name for a company. Who never do that for EBM? As you're doing more of a tech support, you're I don't know. You could tell me how it would look, but I imagine it would be something more similar to the work jumper that JP would be in, except it would be EBM branded. Have their colors. Maybe they'll give you like some cool like padded knee and elbow pads or something. Probably a nice compliant helmet as well that says EBM. If you have a favorite look for how you want to look as an EBM tech guy, then there we go. But you sign up and you'll be taken over to your orientation.
It's not just a grey jumpsuit. It's an EBM, like a specific color, EBM Model M beige.
Oh yeah,
EBM
it's probably some like gross like
yeah.
like 90s computer case beige or something.
It's a corporate tech support uniform, so it's overstarched.
Very crisp and crunchy.
Also,
minus to your sneaky.
if we're just going to take California law, then we get 3 10-minute paid rest breaks and 2 30-minute unpaid lunches.
Nah, that's too unreasonable. That's
That is current California law, so things probably changed in the next few decades.
In Night City, you do 80-hour work weeks, and that's a luxury.
Yeah.
And then Kiri, for NCOM security, I have 0 issues with you wearing like a nice like a fitted like dark material with quite literal light trim on it. So you get that nice you get the nice light look. I
could just imagine, given that like she wears light armor jack normally, and it is already dark materials. I could just imagine she'd be like, all you need to do is hook me up with obviously like the logoing and a light mod kit, and
you are going to be given because you can't have your own weapons or anything. They will provide it for you, but your uniform will count as Kevlar on head and body. And I guess if it comes up, it has its own illumination for better or worse. And then you'll be given a. I have to imagine it's a weapon that exists, but something like a stun baton for physical.
Yeah.
And then it's a video game company. So would be a standard, if not slightly overkill, probably like a very heavy pistol. As a sidearm, and the stun baton and the pistol will have also similar light accents to your uniform. So you are RBG. You're RBG security.
I'm just imagining the pistol looking like what was it called, the light blaster or whatever for the NES or
the
SNES or yeah.
it looks like the Zappa. I mean, look, it either looks like that, or because of the fact that they do tend to go for that like hyper futurist look, it might just look like the Dominator out of Psycho Pass because it's a very heavy pistol.
Yeah. There are stun batons and stun guns. So.
I guess realistically, though, actually make more sense for that for like the Zapper to be Segatari.
Yeah, Segatari having the Zapper, that would make major amounts of sense.
For everyone else, your uniforms would count as leathers, for in case stopping power comes into the equation. So it does have some reinforcement for practical or safety reasons. Pardon.
So, as a note,
yes,
my bodyweight suit can go underneath any clothing. I can
they'd probably
wear
allow
that
you to
under.
I imagine they probably, if you had a bodyweight suit, I imagine they'd probably allow you to wear it so long as it's not visible.
If it's not visible for the uniform, then you can wear that. Yeah, because like they don't care if you have like teddy bears on your underwear. They're not going to check that. They just need you to outwardly look.
Yeah, you would probably need to not. You would probably need to not have the head part of the bodyweight suit on, but
That's fine.
You could probably have that like stopped, like in check-in in case you need it.
Yeah, you can check that in, and then you would just have leathers on your head for your uniform cap or whatever. So.
Okay.
Because I mean, that's where Kiri's other stuff is going to be, like her like light armor jack. Given that is like her everyday wear is her light armor jack, because light armor jack just does look like clothing. They're like they say that it doesn't, but it's like it's literally just Kevlar and plastic weave. It's like the suit that John Wick wears in John Wick 2. It looks just like regular clothing. It's once you get to it's the head stuff, and once you get to medium armor jacket up, that it stops looking like clothing and starts looking like actual armor.
yeah, I mean,
The
even
bodyweight
Kevlar.
suit doesn't actually have a separate head piece.
Yeah,
But like it's like
one unit.
considered one, but like just imagine it's like a hoodie. Just
yeah, no, the bodyweight suits basically have a zip over.
there's
like,
not a lot of good art of them, so.
Yeah, she just does.
Oh,
Isn't wearing
is that our fixer? That's our
Well,
fixer.
I
Hello.
Hey,
Let me.
Welcome to the Wake of the Pod.
I don't know if he's in video yet. Not yet. Okay.
Not yet. I'm getting there. Sorry about that.
You're fine. We were going over jobs and uniforms. You had already talked about yours, so that was that was an easy part of things. You're welcome to design your maintenance or janitorial or custodial jumper, as long as it's sort of a generic Nintendo-ish gray with the 4 different color accents for the convention center.
You got a nice pullover, a cart, a broom, and a set of ominous phrases to tell people.
The eagle flies alone.
The eagle flies alone.
Everyone had so they'd just been discussing their jobs and had settled on what they're doing. So as JP comes back from the bathroom, because hey, you're older, it might take a little while extra. So JP, what everyone decided while you were taking a long walk to the restroom, D-Rez is getting a convention job, working but focusing the net security on the indie booth section and not general convention net security. And then of course you have a convention center job, and Outback is being a shuttle driver, like a valet or not quite well, maybe a chauffeur, but is doing a convention center job, taking the little shuttle to the different parts of it. And then the 2 corporate jobs, Gopher is being an EBM tech support, and Kiri is going NCOM security. So that's the plan. And if you want to add any more wisdom to things or caution, you did see that there's a lot of people who are here applying in this kind of pre-electronic fair job fair, and no one had to roll the human perception for it, but there are other groups of people who are also planning their jobs, what they're going to do, perhaps even their own heists or whatever. You've seen these kinds of things before in your day. While nothing nothing was necessarily overheard, there are definitely others here who are working together as a group. Maybe they're combining all their money for rent, or they do want to try and have a heist or something.
I think one group was. I think one guy in another group was probably considering the big soccer job. He got shook out of it by his shoes.
Yeah.
Just like I was verbally shaking it out of my shoes.
That guy got talked out of it by his roommate.
You're worth more time. You're worth more than that.
And the only response to that is, well, good to know that you think I've got a going rate as a joy toy.
That isn't what I meant.
Mm-hmm.
Sure it is.
Seems like the cat wants the GM.
Yeah, she was getting jealous she wasn't on camera.
Nisa is the GM of this game. This whole stream.
So before the
Sorry,
group
yeah,
here then does
find out,
its
like-
ultimate split to go, you get the tour of the facility or the area you're working, and you get sized for your uniform, blah blah blah. You're working 12-hour shifts, etc. JP, do you have any other questions of me as the GM, or of your fellow of your fellow characters, or comments? You have any fortune cookie wisdom you want to share?
I don't have any questions, but I guess JP would just remind everyone that don't forget, I'm not on your holophone network. You have to call me directly. And
I've done
We
internally.
need to get you a hollow.
I mean, it's almost the same. I've been looking into
Well,
things.
I mean, well,
and otherwise,
we do have
It's a little more
group chat,
discreet
right?
that
So-
way.
Wow.
was that great?
Outback over here with a Nokia.
Yeah, he's got a
we
military
do-
flag brick. It's the
We
sight.
do have that group chat, right?
Yeah.
So,
That is true, actually.
Yeah.
We can group text. I would just be careful what we text because we're going to be on the convention center network.
That's another reason why I say you should call me directly, because I can encrypt a direct call.
I didn't know you could do that.
He
I didn't
kinda
know you
puts
knew
on
how
a
to
small
do that.
smile with a twinkle in his eyes, and he says, "Mon ami, you will find I have many surprises."
I wasn't aware that you knew how to do that.
Using a scrambler, descrambler is not that difficult, but
Not if I take the
she
magic
kind of
away.
looks to JP kind of deadpan for a moment before I think in the regular parlance it's called freezing. I don't want to have to ask if that's a Mr. Stud in your pocket or if you're just happy to see me.
I wasn't supposed to know such a thing. You're a little too young for me.
Kiri just kind of raises a brow.
I think most people are.
I'm the second oldest. I'm the second oldest amongst us.
Dun
And
dun
yet,
dun 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 dun.
Not quite
dun.
old enough.
What are you, like
You
80?
see, women are like wine. Once you spend an afternoon in a tea house with a woman that really knows her thing, it's hard to go back to anything else.
Kiri just makes a note internally on her hollow. Like with a meme even. JP likes older women. It's like a note. It's like a note against his contact.
Meanwhile, Outback was like, women are like wine. They're either red or white, and people are really snobbish about them.
That is also an excellent take.
JP. Well, out of character. On a similar note, we determined that Wakako is, her fifth husband is still alive, and she's just a cougar at this point in time. But more directly to in-character stuff, because gangs were talked about. The Tiger Claws did come up in the table conversation. So regarding not just like crews that are already formed or forming, kind of like what you all are doing, But with gangs being brought up, because it was also brought up, well, we've already encountered the bozos. Like, there's no one who's a bozo who's here at the job fair. The Tiger Claws were mentioned. Do you have any particular commentary to that point that was brought up? Or are you just sort of like sagely nodding and going along with it?
Well, internally, I think JP recognized that if there is any gang activity here, it's either going to be like because they're doing something for someone, or because they're hitting the place. But it's more than likely going to be like the Tiger Claws. I mean, you could even say the Philharmonic Vampires could get into an event like this.
Yeah, the Philharmonics did come up specifically because they are net pranksters, and
Yeah.
this place is teched out the wazoo. That they might do a billboard prank here. There's a lot of electronic billboards around.
Right.
Maybe some VDB.
Yeah, VDD.
Is this in Pacifica? I don't think
Yes.
it is.
It is.
Yeah, it is.
Right, yeah,
Yes?
this
Oh,
is
then
Pacifica. Yeah.
Maybe, but I would assume that the Voodoo Boys of the 60s and 70s are a lot different than the Voodoo Boys of the 40s and the 20s.
Oh yeah, the Voodoo
They
Boys in
operate
the
more
40s.
clandestine.
In the 40s, I believe the VDBs are a bunch of Haitian wannabes, huh?
Yeah, basically. They're
Something
posers.
else that came up in conversation. Night market.
Oh,
Yeah.
good call, Evil. Yes, 100%.
If anyone was going to be able to tell us if there was going to be a conveniently placed night market right after this, it would have been our wonderful fixer JP.
In case demos
I
went
mean, I would
missing.
assume that
Yeah, if demos
I
went
would
missing
assume
or
that,
not legal stuff was sold.
Something fell off the back of a truck.
I would assume that it's pretty standard in Night City that anytime a big event goes on, there's a night market the same night or the next day.
Yeah, well, none of us would
Somewhere.
know exactly when or where, so we needed you to answer that.
Yeah.
You're,
You know
you're the one
more
with the
about
ear
that
to the
stuff than
ground.
any of us.
Those are your hookups.
Is JP running a night market?
But yeah, I need more IP, and then I can just be like, night market.
All right. So then, okay, 1, 2, 3 split. You all got sized for uniforms. You were told what is to be expected. You have to complete your contract to be paid. Yada yada. And then you can have a get together after you've gone through your orientation in the convention center. So for purposes of this week playing out, we can presume that you all have a basic knowledge. You're not going to know where every hidey hole is, even as as a maintenance tech or something. But you know how to get around, and you're comfortable with wherever everything is displayed. So if you're moving from one segment to the other, like, we don't need to roll for that. You got the walk around, you got the tour, you got questions answered. And while this fair or the hiring application was taking place around noon, especially in January as it is, it won't be until like 8 o'clock or so before you actually leave, which does help because you all had some dead drops to get to.
Yeah.
Yeah, because if he doesn't pay us, he dies by inches.
So then, presuming you all get back together where do you want to set a rally point? Do you want it to be the cafeteria? Do you want it to be somewhere else in the facility? I presume you all want a plan in case something happens.
Yeah, that is actually probably a really good idea. Where should
Yeah.
we meet up in case of emergency / if we do decide to rob one or more corporations of their take one or more corporations' things?
Well, kind of a central area would be the cafeteria, where we could easily get lost in a crowd if we start taking heat.
we would want a place that we can blend in, and there would be the most different kinds of people, because obviously if I just simply in the uniform that they're fitting me in, if I just walked into a place, well, I'd be pretty noticeable by virtue of all the glowing.
Well then, if things were to go south, because this is Night City, and this is a convention, and things like that, we should probably just have a rally word in text form, where we all acknowledge that that word just means get together, shit's going down.
Orange chicken burrito. This is an orange chicken burrito moment. OCB.
As nice as the
just
cafeteria is, it is on the opposite side of the convention hall.
It is on a far side, yeah, that's true.
Based on where we have people who are not going to be moving, NCOM and EBM are both closer to the demo stage.
So meet up by the stage.
NCOM, EBM are there. D-Res is working independent companies. That's closer to the cafeteria, but both JP and Outback are going to be roaming, so...
Somewhere in the middle?
The thing is, people in the middle is we can't probably just walk into security out of nowhere.
Only I could walk into security, and even then it would only be in the case of an emergency.
Yeah, I don't know what the media room is.
Here, I'll put this up on... because this would be relevant to your all's planning as well.
If you need a media pass to get into the media room, then that's awesome.
Yeah.
The only other people in the middle are Arasaka and Netwatch, so...
Frankly, I'd feel more comfy with Netwatch.
And, security could also be something like Lost and Found, and that's also where, parent brings their kid, and, you tell your kid, go to the security booth, and, that could be a rally point. Media room is for media access and execs only.
Okay.
That is...
So we could... we could meet at Coat Check, I guess.
Yeah, it's right by the entrance.
In case of an emergency, everyone would be going through the coat check, though.
Mm.
Well, if it's like an active emergency, like a fire, people are going to be going throughout the nearest emergency exit. Speaking of which if there is, if there is a fire, or if we have an emergency, do we want to start a fire? It's a very good cover.
Yes. Let us just come around tracks with some casual arson.
It's only corporations who are going to lose anything.
Oh my god, that's so funny.
Well, depending on how bad that fire gets.
For the two of you that signed up for a corp, you do need to sign an NDA for what is presented, because you may encounter stuff that is it's a prototype or doesn't have a release date yet, but you're not allowed to release details. So that is a part of it. Now, I mean, how will they track it? That's for your paranoia to, to mix with. But for general convention center stuff, you're working there for a week. You're not exposed to anything. I mean, obviously, as a maintenance guy, you're not allowed to let people in through a side door. Working security for the independent companies, please don't share the passwords to the convention center. But you don't need to sign an NDA because you're not really exposed to anything that is novel. But for NCOM and EBM, you do need to sign an NDA. That might not be an issue even, so depending on what your intentions are.
Sign it with your non-dominant hand. Everyone knows that means it's not legally binding.
Yeah, it voids the contract.
To be fair, there's no issue with
Okay. So then you've had your training. It's evening. You can come back together in the cafeteria. You've gotten a tour of the facility. You can set a rally point or a code word of something that you want. And then it would be time to go to your drops, because you were promised cash and not an electronic funds an electronic funds transfer, an EFT. Now, how do you all want to approach your drops? Are you doing it as a group? Or are you clandestinely just like all splitting off from the convention center and you're walking to them? How would you like to pick up those muns?
Clandestine.
Yeah.
one at a time.
Looking inconspicuous.
Yep, because if someone's watching and they see a group approaching, especially since Mikhail has shown himself to be wanting extra legal.
Okay.
He seems to be okay with extra legal stuff, and we want to be careful.
He's
of that because
wibbly
of-
wobbly.
Okay. So this can act as a good
Be
sort
like-
of a
'cause, like-
general on the street scene.
If it's alright, I would like to, because I assume most of you guys are going to be taking the bus, because we're still kind of poor people.
Hmm.
No, I guess Nomad could give you a ride. Sorry, Outback. You're more than your role, I promise. But JP would like to stay behind a little bit and see if I could use my bribery to find any of the other janitorial workers that'd be willing to give me their outfit, so I can get like a couple of spare outfits in case we need a quick costume change.
Realistically, I think it might be just better off for us to keep everything above board and then see if what might pop up at the night market.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things where it's like if we're going to pull off something, it's gonna need to be like Saturday night, Sunday, if we were gonna pull anything off that's clandestine like that. Because then,
I thought we were gonna be doing like we assume someone to try and rob it, and we're either gonna kind of nab something in the middle of them nabbing something, or we're gonna nab them after they leave.
yeah,
That's
the
what I
idea
kinda
is we
thought we were thinking.
probably nab them after they leave.
Yeah.
I mean, that sounds like a good plan to me. It saves us some of the work.
Yeah.
Just something that doesn't minimize our risk to the convention and the corps that we've signed with, kind of thing.
As
I mean,
for
I've got a couple.
as for uniforms, the other staff people, when you change in your uniform when you show up, so none of them have their uniforms. However, a bunch of used uniforms are just kept in like the laundry service locker. Like they all will just take their custodial jumper off, and then they'll shove it in the bin to be
bin,
collected and
yeah.
do laundry. So there's a simple lock on there, but no one has a uniform themselves. You show up, you go to the employee locker room, you change, and when you're done, you take the uniform off, you throw it in the laundry bin, in like laundry locker, and then you get back in your clothes and go home. So bribing someone, there's nothing really to bribe, but the uniforms are there,
But
and
I
it wouldn't
I
take a
learned
lot to
something,
get
yeah.
them. You could just bust the lock. It's not like super top secret stuff.
Don't worry, I may be old, but I'm more finessable than breaking open a lock.
Oh yeah, you can also talk sweetly to it as well. So,
That's right. That's what lockpicks are for.
yep.
You talk sweetly to a lock. You just gotta caress it the right way while you whisper.
Something.
Give it
something,
the
something,
McTickler.
something. A lock is much like a woman.
That was the allegation, yeah.
Or Thantos in the audience is suggesting just intimidate the lock as well.
I mean,
We're not Crod, unfortunately.
just yeah. I guess if you pull out a 9mm and point it at the lock, that is pretty intimidating.
Even more so if you pull the trigger.
It's gun at lock. You're not locked.
So, taking the cautious approach, it is nighttime. You had the locations of the drops that were given to JP by Mikhail, and JP can forward those to each of you. Taking this particular route, you are not going to have any issues. There might be times when you need to wait a moment because there's people walking down the street, or there could even be local gang members who are hanging out. They don't seem to be casing your spot, but they're just there, protecting their corner. But things will move on. But for this evening, you have, so you can add to your character sheets, you have 1,000 in cash, in actual spendable, paper fiat currency units. So some tense moments. It's a chilly evening, but you are prepared for it. And you then have the rest of your nights to get a good night's sleep or to plot and plan. And in fact, what we can do, if there is anything in particular, coffee's up for a moment. So actually, let's go here. So JP, you have 1,000 in cash in your hand. Is there anything that you say even to yourself or do now that you get back to your home? You have a job lined up for yourself and the others through Sunday, and you also have 1,000 in cash. Do you have any reflections on the end of this Mikhail situation and now the beginning of the electronics fair? Or is there any business? Are you hunting and pecking out text messages or?
Well, thankfully, I don't have to hunt and peck because again, I have.
Well, yeah, I'm sorry.
So
It's
I
Outback.
get to just
Yeah.
have a nice conversation with my almost lifelong partner at this point. And yeah, I'm gonna be. They've asked about a night market, so I'll start reaching out to, the Golden Dragons, a couple of the other gangs in the Calhoun area. Maybe also try to reach out to some other fixers in Pacifica to see if they have anything that's close to the expo. And then I'll also be looking specifically. I want to try and find. Let me go see what this thing's actually called. Is this the old one? Yeah. I think one. There we go. Cyber audio. Apologies. This is cyberware. Where is it? There it is. All about agents. So it's a Rockland Augmentics
An
Neuron
Augmentics.
agent. And it is like it's
Oh, it suddenly went muted.
Oh no, the battery strikes. Yep. Been there, done that.
Hold on, he has to put his
Wireless headsets.
has to put his hearing aids in,
Everyone, charge your batteries on your accessories.
or just get wired ones.
No, terrible. 2 out of 10.
All my stuff is wired: mic, keyboard, mouse, headset. I've got 4 wires tangling in my feet right now. Only because I have to change how my computer is positioned during the winter because there's a HVAC event right under my desk. So
Tell you what, then
Don't-
while he's up, go for it. Let's go over to you. Similar prompt. You're home. You have 1,000 in cash in your hands. Is there any inner monologue, or is there anything that you are musing about or want to research? And how we can manifest this as well is, give the ROLE play sort of cap of your day if you have anything, thoughts that you want to make, that you want to put out there. But then after that, if there's something in particular that I might be able to give you information wise before this event starts, I can have you roll a skill, and I'll ask each of you to make a professional tier roll to see if there's a bit of info that perhaps only you would think to ask about or research on this night before you report in Thursday morning for the media event. So, what's your in character ROLE play, thoughts, observations, plans for your cash? And then what's the thing you want to ROLL play to get a tidbit of info about the show or something related to it?
Well, just thinking about stuff. Probably a good idea to make sure you have all your expenses covered before trying to go out and splurge, kind of thing. So,
Okay, very responsible, thinking of making sure you can pay your rent at the end of the month.
yeah.
Okay. Any other narrative thoughts, or is there something in particular you hope to glean for the show?
Uh, Nothing in particular.
It doesn't
Though-
have to be a social role. Part of your orientation, we could presume that you were shown, okay, here's the EBM area, here's the tech, like, if are you familiar with this? Can you put this together? Blah blah blah. So there could be something in that way you could glean, or about EBM in particular, or about the convention center where you're at. If there's nothing that comes to mind, then that's fine. You don't have to roll for anything, but it is an offer I'm making you.
Um, could do something like that. I think I may have also said last session, because we were discussing the uh, Goblin Fest or whatever
Yes.
bit. So, and that's of course, if not, then find out. So then trying to look into
Okay.
that and see if find something about it.
Okay. So that doesn't take any kind of net hacking, but that would be that would be some kind of a role where you can look into the art community or sort of like underground activities.
So like,
If
want to be the library search or streetwise?
uh, something, yeah, those you could pitch to me a skill you want to use, and remember you're aiming. I'll give you a tidbit if you pass a professional roll. So consider that for any luck you may want to use as well.
And professional is what's the DC for that?
I think it's
13.
DV 70.
17.
17, yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, 13 is it's not every day, but that it was another tier down.
13's every day.
Yeah. So
So
so you need an
it's-
18 plus, and I will give you because it is more difficult, but I will give you a tidbit on something that you want to know about as you're spending this night thinking about your money or the job or other things that could be related to it. So if you want to know about the art deal, then yeah, tell me a skill that you believe would be streetwise could very well do it. Um, but make your pitch to me.
Uh, Probably gonna have to be library search because streetwise is +6, so
Okay.
and library search is at least a 10. So
Okay. So then you're probably getting back late because as a library search, is that like actually at a physical site, or like you have to,
It
is it
can
going through a
be-
catalog or
can be the
Yeah.
data pool, so web
data pool?
searching
Okay,
counts.
sure.
Yeah.
Yeah,
any-
Skill of using databases, data pool, libraries,
Oh, sure. Then yeah.
and other compiled
it-
information sources.
It's your basic
Search in the lab.
research. It's your
Search in
basic.
the internet.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
basically your basic research check.
Okay.
Is library.
Yeah.
Then go ahead and roll it, and if you're gonna dump luck into it, make sure you say so beforehand.
Yeah, I may as well. Screw it, I'll put 2 luck in.
Okay.
Ooh,
Oh no.
Ew.
that is a dirty roll.
That's
Yikes. It's not the worst you can see, but
I,
yikes.
I would hope you didn't catch whatever I've got dice wise.
Look in my game, I did a 110 critical failure. So
I've already done that this game.
Yeah. You
Yeah.
never like seeing a red. You never like seeing the red 10s.
I've already done that this game. The only reason I still passed that check, the only reason I still passed it is because it was a face down, and my modifier was better.
it was a versus. Yep.
So there's not you don't get specifically helpful information, but you can you are spending some time to attempt to learn something. These events they are it's not high crime, it's not like a murder spree. It is something that does get the attention of the NCPD, but they're treated kind of like a scavenger hunt around the city, where Prizzy leaves clues, and participants would have to decipher it and tag the area in order to continue going through the through this event. So like otherwise, she's just seen as like a nuisance and a mischievous character. So you don't uncover what the clue would be, but at least there's knowledge now of generally how it's approached or how it works. So if you can somehow find a way to get into the knowledge of what the clue is or where or how to get into it, then you might be able to participate in that way. Or otherwise, this one runs out, and maybe the next time one is run, then you've started into that. So, all right. Well, other than that, you said, well, hey, I got cash in hand. I can start saving up for the rent to pay ahead of time, and you have a good night's sleep. Let's ask the question of Outback. As you get back to your camp, you have 1,000 in well, even more cold out here in the Badlands outside the city. So you have cold hard cash in hand. Anything that you want to inner monologue thoughts that you want to put out in role play sense, and then do you have something in particular that you might want to piece together in your noggin or research before the event begins, or just is otherwise related to things that are going on?
Well, just as a personal question, given that this is cash, am I holding like 10 hundreds, or is this like 1,000 ones?
You would get a usable mix of bills.
Okay.
Mikhail's not going to be an
asshole.
asshole and either just give you a bunch of large bills or all small bills. You get a functional
Assorted
mix.
denominations.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
So yeah.
a couple stacks of 20s.
Yeah.
So yeah. Outback rarely keeps this much cash on hand. So yeah, I don't know. Someone paying out this much assorted physical cash is really weird, because where is he getting it from? Fairly certain the hook was mostly electronic payment.
Yeah, it's a nice upscale brain dance parlor. He takes cash.
So he takes cash, but I doubt he's getting 5,000 in cash often enough. That's just one of his thoughts on that, but money's money. Whew. It's gonna hide that somewhere in the car.
The bills are also not like fresh off the press. They actually seem to like have been used in real life.
He's just going through it and counting it, and he's like, oh, that one has lipstick on it. Fortunate that lipstick is covering up the back half of a phone number.
Fucking Joy Toys.
It's like a 20% chance anytime you get cash that it's probably got a Joy Toy mark on it. But yeah, he's glad that there wasn't like a landmine in the dead drop. Given how some of those other people were treating Mikhail, he really thought that they were just going to get blown up.
Where are you keeping your cash, by the way?
Well, he keeps some on him. Never more than like... He never keeps more than like 10% of the money he has on him.
Mm-hmm.
The rest of it, the spare tire under the car, he keeps it inside the tire.
Clever. Okay. Okay.
It's a bit of a hassle if he ever needs to change his tire, but until I don't.
Any other thoughts about things, or is there a particular piece of info that you'd like to try and roll for at the professional level?
At the professional level, the only thing that's a little important for him to know specifically about the next few weeks, which, I'm more than my role, but I'm rolling to my role here. Land vehicle tech on these carts that I'm going to be driving people around in, because it's important to know the vehicle. And if these like, I don't know why I'm imagining like slightly upscale golf carts, but
Like the
Okay.
ones at most airports.
Yeah, like airport shuttle carts. So it's very easy for me to make a professional DC unless I crit fail. But
Okay, and I'm sorry. So, like, what's the particular piece of info about these things that you were hoping to glean? Like,
he's just making sure that they're not like very pretty on the outside, and then these shuttles are supremely fucked on the inside.
okay,
Because he doesn't want to be to drive around hoity-toity people in something that is one hard break away from breaking down.
oh well, the internal shuttles to the convention center are like the extended golf carts, like your
Okay.
interior. So you can still
Yeah,
roll
he
for
just
that.
wanted
That's
to-
fine, but that's like
Yeah.
that's what you're driving is a little like indoor only golf cart with like several
Yeah,
benches.
I know.
Okay.
He just wanted to make sure that this isn't something like they look really pretty, but they function like crap.
Right. Sure. Go ahead and oh, you already did.
Yeah, 35.
Ooh, all right, yeah, that's on the other side of a roll. Yeah. So in thinking about it now, in the moment, you probably like kick some tires and everything. You have a chance to do like a little search for the make and model of them. You are confident that the ones that they have are in good order, and
Okay.
in fact, you even find in your research of them. I know this might shock you, but people can post sometimes little deviant life hacks on certain websites. And so you find a little thread on Did You Know that shuttles like this have their throttles artificially limited. They're actually capable of doing even more, but it's tuned to what the venue can wanted to have. So
Okay.
they're not going to tell you this, but if you do X, Y, Z, you can end up removing the throttler
Throttle
on the
limit. Okay.
throttle. Yeah.
All right. I spent 5 of my new dollars to give that person 1 betted gold.
Betting gold!
Because, if you're finding information like that, we all know the site. It's Beddit. r/autohacks. I mean,
Or
b/autohacks.
Or if that's not where the execs hang out in their forums, it's Plebit for the plebs out there. So it's all right. So very good. One updoot and some in some Beddit gold for someone who was talking about
Actually,
Betting
I'm actually
gold.
gonna actually subtract $5 for that.
Oh, then may good karma come to you. Perhaps fate will remember this moment if you ever need it. All right,
At least
so
it's not like 5 chum.
a secret hack in the indoor shuttles in case you ever need you got to hit the boosties. Okay. Let's go over since we have JP here. If you're hooked back in, what's the one ROLL play piece that you're hoping to get with a professional tier role? And did you have any other sort of commentary or narration of what you're doing for the evening that doesn't require a role, but it's expressing your character?
Yeah, I think he was going to spend the evening hunting around for that information, as one does as a fixer. As for the role play, so what I was kind of thinking about doing was maybe trying to I don't know if this falls in line exactly what you're thinking, but my thoughts were to try and cultivate some of a relationship with some of the other janitorial staff, and try and maybe get someone that would be willing to keep a door unlocked or something like that.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, we could say that you passed out some business cards to other, to other staff, other convention center staff, and uh, you'd get a message, oh yeah, you said you might have, another job for me or something if I was working through you, like, convince me, or it's someone who's like nibbling at the bait, and now you got to hook them into doing the thing for you. How do you want to manifest this convincing or otherwise to get this favor to be done for you?
Well, I was thinking either bribery or conversation could probably apply.
Okay. Well, if you go the bribery route, what are you bribing? I mean, you have cash. But...
Right. Yeah. So it'd just be, you know, so bribery in the skill kind of mock-up is like rolling it helps like you figure out who's able to be bribed, about how much they would want for that kind of favor.
Okay.
It kind of helps making the roll helps inform what it takes to get the bribe to work.
Okay. Well, that could supply info. Although, if you're looking more for the effect and not the approach, something like conversation, I think, would be better. Since we're only focusing on one roll to get something, I do see the value in bribery, because that could give you a potential for something like the engine modification. So it's up to you in this instance.
No, I think conversations, because right now it's the first day, so I'm just trying to build some rapport.
Okay.
Maybe he'll be able to tell me like the route that he's on, what part of the building he's working in as we talk. And I should go roll it once I remember which browser I have this open.
Okay, so this is a conversation roll, and if you're successful, this is to hopefully get someone else in another part of the building to kind of report to you or just tell you what's going on from their perspective. Like, is that the effect you're hoping to get?
Yeah, or
Okay.
just more information about where they're working.
Wow,
I
we
do
are
horribly.
feast or famine tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeesh.
So there's a lot of the. I imagine you just encounter a lot of people who are also new hires. You're like, I don't know, like I don't know what I'm gonna be doing. Just talk to the old man. Which, if you weren't here for, like the guy who was doing the hiring for the convention center, kind of like you, very practical, down to earth old guy. He says if you show up and you work, then you work. He doesn't care what you do after work. Keep a clean nose in the convention center, and then what you do afterwards is your business. But also make sure you show up on time the next morning so you get paid for fulfilling your contract. So
Yeah.
in this regard, the people that you met or you gave business cards to, they're no one who really is going to be of the type of help that you need. And then the old guy is just, not that he's like onto you, but there's just not there's not really a
Just failed to
benefit
build
for him to
rapport.
report things to you because he's your boss. And if anything, you report to him and he'll know where you're supposed to be anyway. So the takeaway, because I also I gave a consolation prize to Gopher, would be that at least if you go to the supervisor and or his office, he would have the schedule, or perhaps even like have tabs on all the workers, since he's the guy who's overseeing the operations of the convention center. It doesn't grant you access, but it's there because he's the guy who just does keep tabs on everything. So it's not something in your pocket, but you could pursue it. Does that make sense?
Yep,
Okay.
sure does.
And then we can get a twofer here with Drez and Kiri. Both of you go back to the mega building. You get that. You get the long elevator up. Bing. Ding, 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 ding. Gates open up. You end up trudging over to your apartment. I imagine there's various states of dress and flopping on couch or bed or taking a shower or whatever. Each of you have 1,000 in cash, mixed bills. They all seem to be general use. There's probably like a couple new bills in there. Um, any thoughts or conversation ROLE playing wise? And then what do each of you, if you pass this check, what is a specific thing that I might be able to offer you up front before the gig begins?
After just kind of walking into the apartment, Drez kind of just looks over to Kiri, says, "Thank you for hearing me out."
Kiri just kind of blinks, like, kind of blankly. She's like, I mean, you don't need to thank me for trusting your judgment. We wouldn't work together if I didn't trust you.
I know that, but well, it just means a lot that you trust me. Because the last person who put their trust in me disappeared.
Perhaps, but I hardly think that that was your fault, now was it?
Maybe it was. I don't know.
Kiri just kind of leans down. Was it really?
I don't truly know. I thought I took all of the precautions needed, and well, I don't even know really what I did, actually. I have a good memory for these things. I don't know. You know.
As far as
All
I'm
I'm
as far as I'm concerned, you didn't shoot him in the back of the head and dump his body into the river. You didn't somehow techno magic and destroy his brain.
Somebody did to me, though. I wonder if it was Arasaka. Why? I don't know.
That does very much seem like Arasaka's MO.
Well, you would know better. But
There were whispers in my last years at Arasaka about such things, but they were very, very under wraps.
it could have been any
The old
court.
man mentioned it once.
Really?
Yes.
That's
But is prototype at most.
I don't know. With
It's based off some tech that they jacked off of Netrunner in the late 2020s, early 2030s.
Paul Cunningham.
The one.
Everybody knows the story. Who's a net runner?
I mean, mythos goes that she sent herself across the Black Wall and became some kind of disembodied, natural artificial intelligence.
Weird. Net ghosts and shit do happen, and they do exist. In fragments and pieces, and
Yeah, but more than a net ghost, like a full-on, fully realized personage in the net. Not just a fragment of a person, just a full person. All code,
Very
no meat.
Yeah. Very
But-
spooky.
No,
I just don't want that to happen to you. And you being a confirmed, in my head, close tie to Arasaka, that you being anywhere close to them, even in the same convention center, makes me on edge.
I appreciate the concern. Really, I do.
Just want you to be safe.
D, nothing about what it is that I do is safe.
Well, nothing about what I do is safe either, but
Yeah, but I mean me specifically, so... My origins mean my days are numbered.
I would
And I
like
knew
that
that.
number to stay as high as possible.
Oh yes,
I'm
me
gonna
too.
do everything that I can to make sure that that's the case, including if Arasaka even twitches an eyeball in your direction, you know I'm gonna go looking.
Yes, and I would probably have to stop you by virtue of the fact that you digging might just get you killed. This is Arasaka we're talking about.
Right.
But
So I won't dig too far.
no. D, my days are numbered, but I'm not looking to run towards my death at record speed.
Yeah,
Not-
please don't.
Not anymore, at least.
This bring up an interesting question.
Hmm?
In the simulation, at the hook, what did you mean by the whole like? If something happens, then you not existing anymore? I heard you. Obviously, I was bleeding out on the floor, but
A little distracted.
Yeah, yes,
trying
yes,
not
you
to
certainly
bleed out.
were.
tell me.
Frankly, I think it's quite obvious what I said. I don't think there's really any other way to take that, truth be told.
I am not clear as to what exactly it is that you did say. I overheard. I don't want you to repeat it, but I don't.
Are you sure you don't want me to repeat it?
Well, I wouldn't want that for you anyway. Because if something happens to me, like, oh well, I'm a nobody. I'm just some street rat who lived in a mega building all their life.
I suppose it is actually only right that I repeat what I said immutably and for the record, then. And I meant every word of this, mind you. If something happened to you, I would kill every last person responsible for said thing, and then myself. Not actively, mind you. I'm not about to go and commit seppuku or something equally as stupid, but I'm sure there are some Arasaka forces I'd love to put to the blade.
That doesn't constitute as a death wish?
It's not an active one.
Well, good. Because I would do this
As a very quick out of character point, I would this is where I would also kind of like to hint to the fact that she says I'm not racing towards my death at record speed anymore.
So, since that's the case, and you have said that you would avenge me, I would do the same for you.
See,
Just
that
so
I don't
we're
know
clear.
why you would do, but I thank you for the sentiment nonetheless.
I care about you. A lot.
Now, D,
Yes.
I appreciate that sentiment. Genuinely and truly, I do.
You know I try the brains fucker who got to you.
But I'm going to be just so openly candid with you for a moment.
Mm-hmm. As if you wouldn't be?
More so than usual, to the point of bluntness.
Okay.
That is the worst possible thing that you could do for your health.
This goes for you.
Does it?
To be clear, it's the avenging you that would be bad for my health, yes.
No, it's more the care. It's more the care in general I was referring to.
Oh! Yeah, that. So
I
what?
mean, you know better than just about anyone.
Kinda, but also friend, roommate.
And Kiri's eyes are taking off someplace. She's not when you're speaking like that, she's not actually looking at you anymore. It's like there's something on the tip of her tongue, but she's trying to bite it back as if it's like she's not sure if she wants to say that or not.
The same is true for you, that if you care about me, it could be detrimental to your health. That's the way that Night City is. And
I was thinking more of an active detriment by virtue of they would hurt you to get to me. If the right party decided to stick their nose into the fray. I mean, quite frankly, if I was either very lucky or very unlucky, depending on one's perception, and it was Hanako who decided to actually look, well, who knows? That could go very differently.
which is why I keep an eye out for anything related to you.
And I appreciate that, and you know I do. But you also are aware that I do have to point out the fact that that could also very easily have your head bitten off
I'm aware.
by Arasaka ninjas. You know,
I'm very aware.
given that they were a topic of discussion today, as someone
Yes.
who was one.
Yes. I am very aware. Doesn't change anything. Doesn't change that I care about you. As much danger as we could possibly be in, get in a drive-by shooting. It's the same, more or less. Stronger power behind it, possibly, but walking out of our apartment could lead us to be dead, tossed off the damn railing of the mega building, plopped down, flapped into the center, kind of crashing through the noodle place. Could happen.
I'm pretty sure there's a glass atrium first, but
Yes.
do you know the amount of force that it takes to crack a glass, skyscraper level glass?
A lot. Terminal velocity?
Terminal velocity for me when I had my linear frame implanted, maybe.
Mm. Okay, maybe not through glass and place, but damn close.
Kiri, Kiri is kind of is actually kind of chuckling at that now in like the dark, morbid manner. But she's still got that look on her face, as if she's got as if there's something on the tip of her tongue that she's trying her best not to say.
So, with that established, I think it is safe to say that we both care enough that we would avenge each other in the event of something dire.
Correct.
Same page.
And yet you were so against it when I said it.
Well, the whole, you know, running into Arasaka to essentially death wish yourself after the fact would be the issue I take up with it.
Why would you take issue with that?
Because it's not what I would want.
You wouldn't want me to kill as many Arasaka personnel as I can? Yeah,
no,
sure,
I
I
wouldn't
would.
want you to die doing it.
The thing is that they're likely going to kill me anyway at some point or another.
And
At that
Yeah.
at that current juncture, if you died, I would have very, very little to actually live for.
well, I would hope you would. That you wouldn't.
Perhaps.
I would try to live my best life if something were to happen. In memory of you.
It's a very somber conversation. Has this been needing to happen for a while? Have you two reached a kind of a, like, this is a crossroads or like a ledge of things where things have been growing to this point and now it's like having $1,000
Well,
each in your
probably some-
hands? Do things feel more real, or like, hey, we're actually doing things that are more than just the quick and dirties? Like, and so with that, there's more risk to who we are individually or as roommates.
In a sense, it's probably been building to something like this. Curie,
And nothing's gonna happen to you if I have anything to say about it.
well, likewise. I never did get to murder that vampire.
Yeah, kind of slimy. Fake or not? Ew, ugh.
I pumped a 10-round burst of my heavy SMG into him and he didn't go down.
Kind of some wild shit. That
Body shots. Full body shots. Like a spray of gunfire. Direct hits. Every one of them. And just nothing. It was like shooting into fleshy sludge.
kind of reminds me of bullet spongy bosses when it comes to video. Not terribly. Just a lot of time. To take
Probably
it
would
down.
have. It would have probably been better if I had incendiary ammo for the heavy SMG. But alas, I've yet to make that little investment. Speaking of, any idea where some of that cash is gonna go now that we've got it? You know, that we put our lives on the line to get?
Well, rent's not due yet.
No, we've got another 3 weeks before we have rent.
Right. So, under the mattress for now?
Yeah, I have a purchase that I will inevitably make, but it's gonna take some sourcing to get what I need.
It wouldn't be a terrible idea to get a lock either. You know, because getting through locks aren't always the digital thing.
Physical locks, physical ingress is probably going to be your major enemy, so not
Yeah,
the worst idea in the world.
I'm not great at it, but
For my
might be
part,
something our techie friend might like.
you could talk with Gopher about it. I'm sure he'd have something to say.
Seems like he's good with it.
For my side of things, frankly, the fact that I'm all flesh at the moment is not great when I'm going under a hail of gunfire. However, I know for a fact that with the lasting damage, I couldn't go under the knife to get another linear frame implanted. To say nothing of the fact that I would have to get my muscles regrafted and laced and all of that.
You chipping in, it's... Or chipping up in any way. Risky.
Yeah.
I mean, the worst I have is Cyberdeck.
To be fair, the only thing I've got, well, I suppose you actually saw it, so... And she'd kind of flick over some deets to you, D, confirming the fact that, yes, she does actually have a Sandevistan loaded into her neuroport, and it's a custom job. Not insofar as it's mechanically different from any other kind of Sandevistan that you can pick up, but it's clearly tracked so that well, all the operating and everything is in Japanese for one, and for two, it's also probably some stripped out and modded Saka OS port. Given she would need something that's actually like somewhat familiar for her to use.
Right. Huh. That's interesting.
How do you figure?
Well, you think I didn't notice the lines on the back here now?
I figured you may have chalked it up to the simulation.
Well, for the second half of the simulation, every one of us looked exactly like we do. And I'm very perceptive.
Very true. But aside my port, that's the only thing I've got installed. By virtue of... I don't know how well I'd do if I got anything else.
In the course of the conversation, has anything come up then? Because you've discussed some very personal things. I mean, your survival and continuity, even what you mean to each other in various ways, and what might happen if something did happen. Because of the things you've discussed, is there anything in particular, even while you're having the conversation, that you would like to receive as information about the job coming up or something related to it? About the company, about like EBM or the center, guests, or anything else that comes to mind?
I have an idea. So doing net security work for that particular section of the convention center, do I know how hard it would be to then come out of that little local network and go into the broader convention center network? Do I know how easy or hard that might be?
Yeah, so this wouldn't require a role. What would effectively happen is you would be given like a base level access to the architecture that all these independent people are plugging into. But you're being like monitored, like you actually have like a boss net runner over you.
Okay.
And so it's your job to just make sure, make sure the signal strength is there. If you notice any suspicious activity, you call it out, or you're not required to sacrifice yourself for the vendor. I mean, if you choose to step up and do something, because maybe that would get you an extra reward or something. But so you have this baseline access. You're there to just make sure everything is steady. A lot of this is probably going to be boring because you're just watching the data signal, and you're watching like the activity levels broadly. So you would already have access to the basic nodes, the basic architecture that the independents are plugging into. For you to get anything for the convention center, you need to actively hack into that, because you don't have access to that. Like this would have come up in your orientation, so this isn't telling you, like this isn't like a freebie on any sort of a difficulty roll for a skill.
Okay.
So it presumably could be possible, and if you want information in that regard, that might be what you end up rolling. But yeah, you're there to babysit the internet, report problems, and if you can handle tech issues, cool. Then that would be a part of it as well.
Okay.
But if you're facing a Arasaka cyber ninja that's going to fry your brain, you're not expected to fight that. You you could just like jack out, and you'd be like, all right, hey, look, yeah, like I'm calling in my boss on this one, who's probably in like an office and actually like a chair to really manage everything else, right? So with that, what do you want to learn, either about your particular job or the physical location or something else about a particular vendor or something?
Maybe things that I've like seen or overheard, because I also have lip reading as a skill. That if there's something juicy that something is rumored to be on display either during just the press event or just the public event, or
Well, the press event
kind of-
happens tomorrow.
right.
So there's nothing there. Like the role would be for, now that you have your job, this is something that you could take with you to your first full day at the job.
Okay. Well, that was kind of what I was leaning into. Like, what
Okay.
are they bringing? Like, is there something that the indies are bringing that seems of interest?
Yeah,
Okay.
anything
As far as
net-based.
tech or
Okay.
or something like that.
What's the skill that you're proposing to roll?
I'm proposing either perception or lip reading to see if I could oversee with either the cameras or during like just being with my other coworkers that they've been talking about as far as what the indies are bringing and showcasing that would be of any interest to anyone, really.
Okay.
Like, what's on the
Mhm.
itinerary for stuff that's being demonstrated?
Sure. Well, either one of those skills could provide a different result in some way. So you tell me how you want to perceive or garner information, and then roll it.
Okay. Since I haven't rolled that skill yet, I'm gonna do lip reading because I want to watch and see what it is they're talking
Okay.
about amongst the booth people getting stuff prepared and pulling out crates and stuff like that because they're in the setup phase.
Okay.
13's not bad,
It's
but
not
it's
bad.
also a 2 on the dice.
It won't. Yeah. So it won't give you the hard piece of evidence or clue or info to take with you to the job. There's a lot of chatter, a lot of activity. It's a new venue, so there's a lot to watch. Like nothing blew up when you were doing your setup, and your supervisor was telling you, okay, this is how you switch through the cameras. Like confirm access. Now switch between camera 1 and 2 and 3. All right, now test this. The rigmarole to make sure that you're competent at doing what you've applied to do, kind of a thing. So you didn't pick out anything in particular. There's a lot of moving of things, unpacking boxes. In general, at least with the independence over which you get to watch through the cameras and everything, there's a generally good feeling. Nothing. There wasn't a lot of explicitly covering mouths to prevent people from doing that. There seemed to be, it's probably stuff like, it's been a while, hey, how have you been since last year? Some handshakes, some laughs, people emptying boxes and setting up stands. So at least with the independent companies, there appears to be a cordial nature, and maybe that warms your heart and why you wanted to look at the small businesses instead of more like the cold, like the remote soulless corpse that are there, because you can imagine that there's not exactly going to be a lot of that going on between, well, at least not publicly. Like, Netwatch isn't going to go over to Arasaka and be like, hey, have you been since last year? How's the wife and kids? Let me buy a meal or something. You're going to get a lot more of that with the people in the independent booths than you will with the big corps.
maybe the execs are doing that, and they've got vibra daggers hidden in their hidden in the back of their waistbands, just waiting.
So your general takeaway is for this sector, you have a general impression that people seem to be in a good mood. No one was throwing fists. No one was. You didn't see anyone try to steal boxes. I mean, maybe that happened and you didn't catch it because you were lip reading more than you were observing things. But no one was trying to be sneaky, or everyone was talking into a little communicator, or doing their whatever. This actually seemed to be a lot of people who just liked being there and were in a good mood.
That's good.
So
Good mood is good.
yeah,
Good vibes is good.
rather than seeing everyone always like suspiciously covering their mouths and looking around and tense, or people walking around with their hands on weapons that they shouldn't have, because all that stuff should be at the coat check. But I mean, people do things. Okay, now for you, Kiri, before we go into our break, what would you like to try and glean before the job starts?
Given that I am working for Rencom, and there's like more of a kind of a big thing here. Given that they're an up-and-comer and yet they managed to pull such a big booth, I'm curious as to basically, I mean, whilst there and on orientation, would have been keeping an eye out over the floor to see if there's anyone doing any casing. Basically preempting to see if someone is gonna try and cause some chaos, whether it be either on the media and exec day, or on one of the two full public days, or even the half day.
Okay.
And basically from that also just doing some general planning of if they were to pull like the crew were to pull their own thing, as to like which way they're going to go, entries, exits, other kinds of ingress and egress, like places to be able to weave, camera blind spots, that sort of thing as well.
Well then, so from this flurry of ideas, which one would you like to focus on? Do you want to vibe check people with like a human perception? Do you want to look for a conspicuously placed parabolic microphone pointing to the booth? Do you want to do some sort of other check?
I mean, like, yeah, looking more for espionage than vibe checking people, because I suck at human perception.
Okay. Okay. Then yeah, just make this would be a regular perception then, as you're looking for devices that would pose a something, if not a threat, then at least an inconvenience, or possibly just there to collect some extra data that NCOM wasn't exactly prepared for.
I'll pump 2 luck into it just to be sure.
Going in with 2 luck. Hey, there we go. Okay. So in your professional assessment here, Segatari has set up across from NCOM effectively an arcade. There's a ton of machines there with all kinds of different Segatari games, which some are titles that you haven't heard of, some are just maybe remasters of old classics, and others are, oh my gosh, that's the original. Oh man, that was only whatever. Would be the equivalent in this cyberpunk dystopia of like a 8 or 16-bit. Oh, this was only just like a the 1000-bit system. It only had a spectrum range of 12 million colors. I remember playing that at Bucka Slice Hut when I went there for birthday parties or whatever. It's something that might be like classic arcade or nostalgic to you in some way.
Nostalgia
Even from Japan, like they would have. So of course you can't get the good Japanese arcade cabinets even in Night City, unless you go to a very special place. Segatari is bringing the good straight from Japan classic cabinets. Now, for it being an arcade, though, the machines aren't set up like an arcade. And in your observation, most of the machines are facing across the way to the area, because these aren't really rooms. This is more like a big segmented hall that NCOM has one part of and Segatari has the other.
It's a convention hall, and then they've got their own little platform, and maybe that platform has like 2 walls, and I know the deal you're talking about, like a proper convention center.
So throughout the setup of the arcade machines, in between enjoying some member berries, I don't know if Kiri was into that sort of a thing, or she had relatives or friends that would talk about that, even if that was never her thing. Some of the Segatari workers, you noticed, were being very diligent on placing, like, you'd see them move the arcade, like, they'd place it, and then they'd kind of scoot it an inch to one side, and then they'd kind of rotate it an inch to the other, and almost all the arcade cabinets are facing NCOM. So it's a suspicious arrangement of arcade machines that it's not just, well, they look sloppy and they're facing all different directions. They really were trying to position the cabinets in a very specific way.
Everything towards NCOM tells me that, yeah, sure, trying to draw people over with the flashing lights and everything, you wouldn't need to do that with all of the machines. You would only need to do that with a couple in order to have that advertising effect. Likelihood is that those probably have cameras or microphones or just sensor arrays in general. That, or they also might have piggyback routers and other such nasties in them for Segatari netrunners to log on to the local NCOM network and steal some stuff.
That could be. So yes, your bit of information is you for sure have suspect arcade cabinet placement in the Segatari arcade that has been set up. So
that'll probably be something to have a chat with the head of NCOM security when we get to that.
And on that note as well, if someone is causing a ruckus in the NCOM section, you can act to subdue non-lethally if possible. Though ultimately you work under the head of security for the convention center, similar to how Kiri, she's focused on the one little bit of net activity, but she reports to a net runner that's over her for the convention center. So you have been given you have the stun baton, the NCOM stun baton. You have the custom heavy pistol, and it's there because, hey, things do happen, and you might need to use lethal force. Everyone in Night City understands that. You probably would have had to pass a marksmanship test, which you could do easily anyway. So
to be fair, I probably won't need to pull out the gun because, sure, non-lethal force, that's fine. That doesn't mean I can't break their kneecaps.
Yes, lawful good does not mean lawful nice.
A lot of work.
Yeah, Batman won't shoot someone, but he'll tear their kneecaps off with his fingers. So.
Also, I think you got D-Res and Carrie mixed up again.
Oh, did I? Hey,
Yeah.
hey, there we go, bingo. Okay, we got our card filled for the night.
Yeah.
We had well, I guess not completely a bingo because Kiri hasn't had a critical failure, at least not yet. That has to happen
No.
every session.
Please, no.
There's a really good comic run about
Trust
Batman where
me,
it's like,
she's good at what she does.
yeah,
All right, so that's your
definitely go
info.
around in Batman people.
You can hide your money or do whatever you're gonna do with it, but in the morning you need to get up and take the bus or have Outback pick you up. Well, you got to make sure you're at the convention center by, I don't know, X o'clock. It'd be in the morning. It's a 12-hour shift, so I don't know. We'll say like we'll say 9 to 9. So 9 to 9, you got to be there. You can coordinate the rides if you want, or you could just tell me you're taking public transit. I'm not going to worry about nickel and diming you for like a bus pass to the convention center. If it's necessary, then it's part of getting you to the job or something, whatever. We're gonna take at least a 10-minute break. I got to get something to eat and something to drink here, and then we'll come back and then we'll begin the press day and go from there as you all are easing into your jobs. This is the day when it should just be execs and media who are out, or maybe also any VIPs that could be there too. So hold on tight, everyone. We're gonna take a break and then we'll come back and we'll have our media presser at the convention center for the night here. So we'll see you in about 10 minutes.
cut of your jib, moxie, chutzpah.
Hello, everyone. We're mostly back. We're finishing snacks and everything from our break. Hopefully, you are also refreshed. And we're going to be picking up where we left off as each of the edge runners are 1,000 in cash richer, but that was from the prior job at the Hook. And now it's time to actually get to work. Unless any of you, for some reason, are purposely not showing up on time, I will presume that you've made your way here, maybe even early to, just like make sure, okay, hey, we're all here. Let's, you have a pep talk. I guess, JP, if you, as we have this as a bit of a rally point before the shift starts, you all get into your uniforms. Is there anything you in particular, or the rest of you can speak up as well, but JP being the focal point, is there anything you want to say to get the team prepped, or as a reminder, or anything else before the job begins today for the press day?
The only thing JP would really have to say is, now if anything untoward happens, just fade into the crowd. It's not really our business or our problem.
Okay.
You got it, boss.
Well, speaking of untoward, I'll alert you to something immediately. And Kiri would flick, Dira has already seen it, but Kiri would flick Gopher a digital copy and probably text a digital copy of the dossier she wrote up to Outback and each to over a direct line, so she's not using the holophone network for the she's not like VoIPing it to them, so no packet sniffing from any errant netrunners. The dossier that she wrote.
Okay.
Regarding Segatari's placement and adjustments and angles and stuff, and basically showing that if there's something that's going to go down, Segatari's probably got people on standby to try and at least do a data or product steal. Or at the very least that there's a lot of recon and spying going on. And that we should probably be careful, especially around cleanup.
You don't say. There's going to be a lot of spying at the big tech corporations related to information.
Sure, but what's the prime player got to worry about from the up-and-comer?
Nothing. Probably just an opportunity to acquire some new assets.
There would be signs around the convention center, let alone at the individual booths of both the little operators and the big ones, reminding people that they are being watched. Speaking of spying, but this is at least overt. However
sure,
good any of those signs do.
That accounts for the regular folk.
Yeah.
That accounts for the regular folk, not for the people trying to do corporate espionage.
Yeah, that is, it's for the normies and for looks or for insurance purposes, right? We had the sign out, so you can't say we didn't do anything. Okay. Any other words at this rally before you all slip into your uniforms and start your shift? Locker room talk? Snap and tell at each other's butts?
No. Just as a player, I do have to say, this is the most wide open convention I've seen.
Well, I mean, it is formatted like a real life electronics expo in that sense.
I guess I've never been to an electronics expo, so.
Yeah, that's the thing that I know about, which is also how like
I've only been
as an out of character point, Kiri knows this a bit in terms of like physical counterintelligence. but it's one of those really big things that, like, because I've been to all of those, I also know how ne'er-do-wells and stuff actually do sniff around, because I've done both red team and blue team for these sorts of events.
Well,
Or in the old parlance, a black hat and a white hat.
hopefully
I am a
with
master.
whatever may or may not happen, or at least is observed to happen, I can help you have a little bit of fun with that sort of stuff. Now,
Yep.
for those of you who are changing your uniforms for a corp, you are given your own area, sort of like they would have their own locker room behind the scenes, not necessarily like at their booth, but because you're expected to go there and check in with the corporation itself and take care of that. For the convention people, it's more of the open locker room, as well as for the independent, the smaller vendors. Their people, like their booth bunnies and everything else, would be in the locker rooms changing alongside you all. Even though they're not convention staff, they get the general convention changing area. So, in these times, if any of you have a particular eye for a style of person, you may very well be treated to a glimpse of said style and said person. But there's nothing that is, you all aren't greeted with like, oh, due to security things, you got to go through a different entrance. It seems to be smooth sailing so far. You do have your get together yourselves. Maybe there's like a breakfast, like all right, everyone, like employee breakfast before you get to work, blah blah blah. You talk it out. You go to get changed. Before this shift begins, is there anything else that you want to say or do before we go to each of you throughout your different days and we talk about what's happening?
I do indeed have one.
Mm.
But I'll let you go first if you've got something.
Oh, I was just going to say, have a great day.
Oh, yay.
Because she's
Good
cute
boy.
like that.
This will be the least hectic day. So
Yeah, that's why Kiri's bringing it up today, because once the public gets in here, because Coffee D-Rez would have received a copy of a dossier that Kiri wrote overnight regarding what she saw from Segatari.
Mm-hmm.
Like, very clearly noting it's like, no, there's a clear intelligence operation going on, possible data steals, there's possibility that they might try and go through with a data steal.
They're
Or something
snooping.
similar.
Or sure.
They're definitely sniffing, but it's more than that. They're probably probing as well. They're looking for an opening, because no one puts that much effort into just basic reconnaissance. They would just have like a couple of hidden cameras, and then maybe a microphone, and then other sensors in the machines. They wouldn't point all of the machines directly to, like, basically almost all the machines directly towards the NCOM area. It's just
Very
if
suspect.
it's not a false flag, it's very suspect. And yeah, before the day starts, that's when Kiri's gonna go up to the NCOM security guy, and she has it printed for him.
Interesting. Oh. Suppose it's to be expected. I mean, cameras, microphones, it's something that, well, you do need to expect here, but yeah. Why the particular placement? Alright, well, there's someone on staff who looks into the small peculiars. I'll make sure that this is passed on. I appreciate you actually going out of your way to do that and to be typed up too. Usually temps just they show up to collect the check. I don't blame them, but you actually seem to be taking this seriously, even for a video game company. That's a rare work ethic.
Work is work, even for the most quick and dirty of jobs. It deserves the professionalism that work affords.
Yeah, well, hey,
So
you know
something
what?
gonna
You keep doing a good job, and you don't have to go to the canned papers for a job. The Q&Ds, you're talking quick and dirty.
Yeah. Well, we'll see about that. But I'll also keep my eye out, see if I spot anything additional, and if I do, I'll report it too.
There's at some point here, I believe we're expected to have some particular media coming over to cover the products that we're coming on the market with. As that happens, you don't seem like the type to slouch, but I'd really appreciate it if you keep a stiff back, look imposing, professional. In a sense, look like a video game character ready to do something, or that, well, NCOM clearly has hired a professional in this case. So please don't let me catch you on any devices. I don't want you distracted. And if media's coming by, taking photos, look your best.
Of course. And as if I have to do anything, then just I imagine they probably have the neon strips, and there's probably some slight color change. They're probably like, you know, the nice blue of a nice, you know, of a nice program, and she taps them and they turn orange.
Although, hang on. He's giving you a look over for this morning, especially because you're in the neon suit and you're security, but you're also present. I guess this would be personal grooming. Make a personal grooming skill roll to find out how well you are presenting yourself.
Not wardrobe and style.
Or, well, this is the wardrobe is fixed because it's a uniform given to her, but this would be
Fair enough.
how she presents the parts that aren't uniform. You know, is her hair out of place? Is
Makeup, hair.
yeah.
I'll put a point of luck into this as well.
Okay.
13.
Well,
she looks okay.
That's-
She looks okay. There's obviously like little improvements that could be made here and there, but she doesn't look disheveled.
Did we all do that?
Yeah, I'll get to you all on that. That's
Okay. Okay. Just
well,
Her
so
ponytail's
we're
slightly
gonna
messy.
go through each of you during like the 3 segments of your 12-hour shift to see what you all end up
Okay.
noticing or not, doing or not, and what might happen on this media day in your own segments. You know, then using the breaks and lunch to help break up your days and to break up the different roles that we're looking for. So you're really close, Kiri. As your supervisor does look you over, I mean, the outfit is the outfit. It's not like he's gonna like tug at the hem and you'd be like, oh, fix your collar, because it's designed to be what it is. But he does, as he looks you over, and even as you're playing, because you're like, oh yeah, I know how to change the colors on this too. He tells you that he would like you to he'd like you to put on a little bit of I'm sure there's a word for it in universe. It'd be like electronic makeup. It can actually like shift with you.
skin.
Kind of. So
Yeah.
She holds
Similar
up,
to
she holds up
shift
a thing.
shift
Yeah,
tags.
she holds up a thing. Oh, Chemiskin in that case. She
Yeah.
holds up a thing. If that's the case, hold that thought, because she does. Because I actually picked this up for her. She does actually have a personal grooming kit, so she can just do that.
well,
Nice.
in this case, for what's being asked of you, your grooming kit won't be able to do this. You're not like getting dinged per se, especially because you also were professional in your report. He tells you to report back to the NCOM like locker area and get color changing lips applied and synced to your suit. And that should make you presentable.
Easy done. She'll pop back to do that.
Okay. So you're there on time for your shift. The first part of it, you go back. They apply this. So it's not quite like lipstick itself, but it's almost like an applique or like a sticker that forms to your lip. A very thin wire runs up and would almost like provide the current in the whatever the synchronous data, and then that has a little bit of makeup applied over it. And so now, Kiri, you have effectively color-changing lipstick that is like RGB synced to your suit. So if your suit is blue, you have the same glowing blue lips. If it's orange, you have orange glowing lips.
I imagine the helmet, because of the fact that you did say it was Kevlar for both chest and head. I can just imagine that there's also a it's got like a flick visor as well, so you know, it's like, yeah, so I'm nice and bright blue, and it's Tron, and then you know, if she does have to go into security mode and actually beat the crap out of someone, it's like, yep, flick it down, and it's orange, and I'm Rinsler now.
Yeah. Well, I think technically D-Res would be orange. It's like hackers.
Yeah. So you when you aggro someone, like you turn red or whatever. Yeah, that's fine. All right.
Yeah.
So
red is the hostile programs.
You only needed. There's nothing like missing it by the one there because you had the 1 point of luck, but we're talking about the 13 threshold from before. That wasn't professional, but.
Yeah.
So you just needed to go and get this quick application with a little wire that has like some foundation over it, so it blends in very nice. Now you're back out for the so you have like morning part, afternoon, and evening part of your shift. So it's morning at NCOM, and while a little bit. This, if it costs you anything, it would cost you the vigilance of being at your station, though you were asked to go back by your boss. So if something happens, unless it's a matter of personal honor for Kiri, he can't yell at you for not being at your station because he asked you to go back to makeup and wardrobe to get that little bit of sprucing up for that +1. So you are back, and with you being on shift, and you have this knowledge of the cabinets being arranged in a very particular fashion. Do you want to spend this shift simply perceiving, or maybe you want to request something that would be within the realm of your duty, and that's sort of like go on a little walking patrol, if not being stationary. As security, you tell me what you would like Curie to do for the this morning part. And which kind of a skill do you want to direct it through?
So I think for now, given that it's the morning, the media will probably show up. I mean, it would normally make sense that for big stuff, media. Those presenters tend to normally do that sort of thing after lunch.
Mm-hmm.
Morning is like everyone coming in, doing their doing a little bit of networking and perusing what's out there, and like the bigger presentations and the big like media sweeps normally come in after like 11:30, 12, 1-ish. So for now, yeah, Kiri is gonna go on a little patrol.
Okay.
Letting her eyes basically tick over the other nearby exhibits, but also looking back over at Segatari, looking for any like noticeable changes, employee behaviors in terms of like, are they still shifting those machines around, or are they making sure that they're definitely in that one spot, and if they've moved because someone's played with them and they've shifted a little bit, then they move them back to that one spot.
Okay. So then, instead of the human perception of the vibe check, you want to go with a regular.
The perception.
Okay. Sure. So during the morning, you're especially with Segatari, you're doing your very professional guard patrol, but you are keeping your eyes over there. Go ahead and make a perception.
I'll take a 22.
Okay. So you do notice that there are two Segatari employees. They're not security. They're not wearing suits. I guess you might call them probably not booth bunnies, but presenters of some kind. They would look like your average arcade aficionado. I'll use polite terms. Very very indoorsy folk. And they are at one of the the imported fighting game cabinets, and they are like they're going at it. Like you hear the clack of the precision switches that you can only get in Japan, and the sound effects are also turned up pretty well because it's not busy yet. There is the occasional drone, like what you see over here. Probably early media who's here to get like the sweeping shots of the convention center before it gets crowded. You know, establishing stuff. Yeah. So you did get like a every once in a while, and people passing by. The one cabinet that they're playing on though, you hear the clack, fuck you, no, I got you, no. You're getting that, and it's unique in that it's these two just on this this imported fighting game cabinet. Their backs are to NCOM, of course, because they're actually they're playing the game. But yeah, that's on this pass through and in this sort of block of time on your morning shift. That's what you see, and you hear just an unusually again, because it could be cavernous or the arcade machine. They may have been positioned, but they haven't been tuned. The volume seems up kind of loud. Maybe they're just preparing for when a lot of people are here. So you're just hearing these two fighting game otaku cussing at each other, and the clackas of the controls and the and sound effects of things.
There's really no reason for them to be up that loud, though.
It is very loud, yeah.
Yeah, even for a convention center, because the sound would carry at this time of the morning, and later on, yeah, they might turn them up a little bit, but even then, not this loud. So they might be trying to cover up some other noise. But I mean, does a 22 reveal anything different there, or?
It's instead of just being loud, you're getting the qualifier of it's unusually loud, and that it's this one cabinet, and they're going at it, and you're hearing, I'm bringing up little specifics like the clackas of the controls, and not just there's just two fat guys playing a fighting game over there.
Yeah, specifically
presumably media.
Clack. No.
They are wearing Segatari t-shirts. They're not uniform, so they're employees of some kind, or they're super fans. You don't know that, because this would also be the VIP time too. But they're carrying themselves in almost like they're playing in a basement. Because of the way that they're shoving each other and saying, fuck you, buddy, and no, I totally, I should have grabbed you, come on, the controller's fucking broken, and all this stuff that surely no fighting game people have ever said before in their lives.
Surely never.
Man, these
Quit
guys
juggling me, that's cheating!
These guys have really bad acting skills. Are these guys practicing to be industry plants tomorrow? What the hell?
That
They are. They need to up their cool skill.
That is honestly the vibe that I'm getting is like industry plants.
Shilling was a job. So.
Segatari boardroom. Oh god, what do gamers wear? Suits.
Kiri is gonna make a note of them, and the specific machine.
Okay.
Specifically since like, I mean, we love Sanwa buttons and all of that, but the fact that those guys are acting like idiots out in public, even if they're VIPs, in fact, especially if they're VIPs,
And on Media Day?
And on Media Day, where everyone's around.
This is the day to hobnob, not be.
Yeah, this would be more expected like
Wankers.
tomorrow. So yeah,
Yeah.
Kiri's making a note of it, and yeah, there'll be more probably another detailed report later for NCOM security once the day's finished. But for now, she'll just make a note of it and keep going on her rounds.
Okay. Then the one other event that's going to happen on your morning shift is you're going to be your attention will be grabbed by a member of the media. This would be for you would have been told like, oh yeah, N54 is here and other major networks. This would be what's
all
that?
Three. All three.
Well, yeah, they're all here. And then there's the independent, bloggers and vloggers and clout chasers and everything too.
The media role guys.
Yeah.
Medias are here. The pirate networks,
Excuse me, I love this outfit. It looks like your actual security too. Is that gun real?
Very.
Oh, wonderful. May I get some pictures? Do you mind?
Technically part of the job of security, especially when looking like this, is to make the company look good, so they're not going to complain if I take a couple of pictures with the media. They asked me to act professional. It's professional to allow them 1 or 2 pictures, but I will make sure that it's only 1 or 2 before I I need to get back to work. I am on patrol.
Wonderful. And she turns on her rig. There's like a little light on her headset here, and she has like some sort of like an over one eye little like screen that goes over. Oh, perfect. In fact, I don't know. Can you take your gun out? Can you like pose with your gun for me?
That would be against convention rules.
Damn.
The head of security would come down here and break my knees with a wrench.
What about was that a stick on your hip? But can you do something with that?
That I can do.
Okay. Does it light up?
Flick.
Oh,
And
right.
it does.
All right. Oh man, yeah. Everyone's gonna eat this up. All right. Give me your best NCOM security pose. I don't know what that means. If you have instructions, then do it.
She don't, and it would be like the video get like a sort of a video game pose. And I mean, given that it's NCOM, she's gonna go for something very like Tron-esque.
Yeah.
Like think of the. And I will be even more than happy to make a roll for that if you'd like me to.
Yeah. So this wouldn't be so much like the personal personal care grooming. This would be maybe this would be style or what would this So
I could do a wardrobe in style,
yeah,
as in like how I'm
You
wearing
could-
it.
yeah, like
you could do acting as well.
yeah.
Or an acting.
That's true. Well,
Technically, I mean, I could probably also make a point, especially since it is a rather like it is a rather like dexterous pose. I might even think like maybe if she as the sort of thing where it's like, yeah, the security is able to do flips and stuff, that maybe make it in athletics.
Ooh. Well, so this will be for a photograph. Now, it doesn't mean she can't catch you in midair, but this would be for a still, preferably. So
in that case, yeah, we'll go. I think we'd go a wardrobe in style.
Okay. Roll it. I'm not telling you any particular threshold. If you want to pump any luck into it, you can.
I'm pumping my last luck into that
okay.
because I definitely need to. And there it is. There's my
bingo! We did it. Hey, chat, we did it. It's an official
kill me.
Oh.
She goes to do something and like something in the suit seizes up and she's like, you wouldn't believe what just happened.
Oh, well, yeah. Glitches happen in video games, and if that gets through NCOM's programming, then it's not your fault, right?
I'm gonna get this fixed. And she kind of like just raises her fingers to the thing. Because I imagine they probably have a line to like both, because it's both a show and security. She's probably got a line to her mate boss and also probably to wardrobe. She's like, I imagine she's mumbling this like really quietly to the media. Like, I just had the suit malfunction in front of one of the media. Please, I can't move. Please come and get me.
All right, your morning shift. So it started out back in makeup, and then it ends in wardrobe.
It ends in wardrobe, and it's like it's not even anything that Kiri did. It's just like, oh, you got hit with it, like the one in a million critical glitch with these things.
Millions to one.
What are the odds? And Kiri's just like, ah.
All right. So, Kiri's morning. Oh, go ahead.
At the very least, she probably also plays it off to the media. Plays it down to the media. Like, no, sometimes these things happen, and it means that you can pick up and drag people around. And she probably like does a little pitch to like swing it towards one of NCOM's games that has like a physics thing where you could like pick up and move objects around and things like that.
It's all right, sweetie. Wardrobe malfunctions happen. Go take care of yourself. Let's head over to Gopher. Let's go through your morning shift here. You report in. You're changing here. You're with EBM, and so you do need to also pass muster. Make sure you're coming in. They're gonna, examine how you look. Make sure that you smell okay. That you don't, you didn't miss a spot. Because while you are doing the tech work, you're also working for the company, and so it's important that you look professional. So I will need you to make a personal grooming as well. And remember, explain any luck before you roll if you're using any.
Yeah, I'm going to use 2 luck. Because, yeah. $10.
Okay. Did you just not sleep?
Yeah.
Oh, you look terrible. All right. Gotta get this stuff set up too. All right. Tell you what. Go back to our locker area. We'll have someone there. We'll put some makeup on you, freshen you up real quick, and then come back out. But we can't have you looking like this. I understand that if you're here, you passed the technical qualifications and tests yesterday. But if you're going to be out on the floor, even as a temp, you gotta look better.
All right.
Okay, so you report back, and you don't get cool glowing lips as Kiri did, but instead you get a very quick shave, make sure everything's shorn up, and then you just get like foundation like everywhere. Make sure like you don't have the dark bags under your eyes or whatever. There's just an almost like mannequin-esque layer of makeup there on you. That's enough to get by.
I mean,
I'll send you back out. If he has a problem, then with you looking the way you do, then he has a problem with me. Just careful how much you smile, because after a couple hours, that makeup will start to crack around the edges of your mouth.
Good to know.
or insult your makeup artists.
So
Insult-
you,
yeah,
you
insult
come
your
back out, and
artists.
you just have a face very literally painted on you. And now for what you're doing, a lot of the setup has already been done. So this would be things like, I mean, there could be some hookups. There could be diagnostics during this warm up, making sure you're running things through. If EBM is showing off a new piece, like an upgraded graphics card, you got to run like the FPS test 3 times to make sure that it's providing steady results and whatnot. So for this kind of hooking up of things or diagnostics, it is very hands-on with the hardware. Tell me what you would like to do on your morning shift here before all the media is out, in order to do your job as a tech. Or if you want to be on the lookout for, I don't know, you heard that Kiri got some weird vibes. If you'd rather, I don't know, in the course of your work, check for bugs or something. Imagine a scenario and pitch it to me for what would be work for you in this kind of warm-up morning shift.
Probably making sure, double checking, making sure everything's working as intended. Probably also kind of keep an eye out on really, I think both Segatari and Data Inc., since Segatari's already being suspicious and
You are flanked by
Data
them.
Inc.'s right there, so
Well then, so for this particular test, do you want to double check the tech, or do you want to perceive for shady stuff?
probably double check the tech.
Okay, go ahead and roll it. And if you're spending any luck, go ahead. This is going to be an opposed roll, like it was also for Kiri.
And that would just be basic tech.
Yeah, that's fine.
Alright.
Basic tech is fine. Nice.
Oh boy.
All right. As you're doing this, your impression, but I'm going to let you translate this to your supervisor. Whoever set this up, maybe last night, did a piss poor job. Like, you have had to reconnect a lot of stuff. If these people, if EBM hired someone to do this kind of work, I mean, you just feel personally or professionally insulted. You've had to go through. Now, nothing, at the same time, nothing was obvious. It would be, I don't know. I know USB you can plug either way, but it would there are subtle things too, which could be accounted for being sloppy, or if you want to be paranoid, it could be not just an accident. But if the one side of a USB C needed to be up to get the power to it, you were finding that several devices had the USB C flipped, so it was connected, but the power wasn't flowing. This is stuff that should have been checked. It's not only easy to do, but it should have been checked.
Plugging the HDMI into the motherboard I/O instead of the graphics card.
Yeah, so there's that, and then there's probably, you know what, you got really high on that. In fact, that was a crit. It wasn't even just a high roll. You're also seeing some things that appear damaged. Maybe speaking of the HDMI, one of the cables might have been tried to be plugged in upside down. That shouldn't work, and it seems like it mostly didn't. And so you're finding something like a broken port that someone then just reversed it and plugged it in to cover up the busted part. It's not a hard fix. You got to swap it out, and presumably EBM would have backups of stuff, right? And it's definitely not beyond your ability to do. But yeah, in your examination of things, something happened because you've had to go through and fix a lot of shit. How would you like to present this to your because you'd have a soup come over and you would have had to have used your actual name, but you could request to be called Gopher if you wanted to. You come over. You've been at this all morning. What's taking so long? This should have been an easy hookup. Everything should have already been done.
Cables. Some of the cables seem to be plugged in the wrong way. And it looks like this one might have been forcefully plugged in the wrong way here.
He holds it. Actually, I have one here. Seriously? Upside down? That doesn't work.
Yeah.
All right. Gopher.
Point out the damage ports too.
We're running out of time before the show starts. I'm glad you caught the cables. This card needs to be swapped out. I'll get you one, but there's clearly something going on here, and I gotta report this to people even above me. I'm gonna go get you the card, and then I need to be scarce for a little bit because something's going on here. I'm really glad you caught this. It looks like everything else looks like it's all working as it should.
Seems to be.
Damn it. Stomps off, comes back, and there's the brand new whatever. It's the 6490 graphics card. Or whatever it is, right? And he gives it to you. If you don't know how to do it, I trust you to figure it out. I need to go. Don't let me down. You've done a good job so far.
Yep.
And slotting it in is fine. He didn't say what to do with the broken graphics card. That is I guess an honor choice or a moral choice for you. Because there's a graphics card that just has a busted port on it. I mean, there might be other stuff because it never really got to activate fully, but you tell me, what are you doing with this busted graphics card?
I suppose you could probably just if it's possible, like hide it away under the booth or something, out
Okay.
of sight.
Is this
Out
for?
of sight, out of mind, kind of.
Is this then for like? You gonna tell him? You gonna tell your boss when he comes back, or are you hiding it so that it's out of sight, out of mind for everyone except you at the end of the weekend?
Probably gonna let the boss know.
Okay. All right.
And then from there, go from there, kind of thing.
Okay. You get a so as you're kind of leaning over and you're finding a spot under like the drape for the pedestal or something that this unit is on. As you're bending over, you hear from behind you a cleared throat. Ahem.
Oh.
Good morning. I'm Jen from Hard On Tech News. I'm here to take some photos before everything gets too crowded. It looks like you're pretty hard at work here. I mean, pardon me for interrupting you if you're doing something important, but I was hoping you could pose for a photo. Gopher, Hard On Tech is very much what it says. They are reviewers and critiquers of tech. So they're really hard on tech. Come on, it's just one picture.
Yeah, sure, why not?
That's the spirit. I always knew EBM hired people to, they hire only the best. They have some of the best warranties in the business, and she goes on for a lot of the sales pitch stuff. She's doing a lot of buttering up for someone who's very hard on tech. All right, now I want you to give me your best pose and do whatever you do for EBM. The light goes on her headset. The little thing goes over her eye. Go. I know this isn't your strong suit. You're caught in the moment.
Just install the graphics card. It's what you do for them.
Crap. Do I really want to... Yeah, I'm gonna put 4 luck into this.
All right, look good for the camera.
Acting.
Acting is fun too.
That's 14.
Excellent. Okay. So the luck paid off because you needed it for this. So yeah, you're in there and I don't know, you're like installing the card, but like or you're kind of giving like a you stop smiling before it was too late because you heard the lady in the wardrobe like cracks are gonna form, and you just so you start smiling, then you kind of like, no, I'm gonna go like the cool, like the serious tech, and cha-ching, takes the picture of you doing a serious install because EBM is serious about their technology. You act through it and oh, wonderful. Look, the last shot I took, complete wardrobe malfunction. Don't sweat it, you did a great job. All right.
Never a dull moment.
Yeah. Just when you think like, I'm around like circuits and keyboards and wires, like, this has got to be like routine and boring. Nope. All right, now, let's go over to our convention staff. You're not held to the same standard, but this is, I'm really gonna ask, I need you to beat an 8. JP. Are you? Because I mean, this is the more entry level job. Are you not completely drunk, disheveled, with like vomit on your shirt? Please.
No, of course not. JP,
You say of course not, but you're wearing a janitor's outfit. And that comes with it, the curse.
True.
well, I guess I'm not drunk and disheveled. At least, maybe covered in.
You have
vomit.
someone else's alcohol and vomit on you.
Yeah, it's not mine.
All right.
So go ahead and give me a personal grooming.
There it is.
All right. You're not drunk and you fog a mirror. Congratulations, you're hired.
You know, if it's not as suited, I just don't look the same.
It. All right. So no further remediation needs to be done for this, meaning that you have a little bit fuller of a morning. Now your job is pretty straightforward because you are just responsible for like sweeping a zone, picking up litter, putting on the cyber sawdust on piles of ominous fluids. You tell me, JP, where would you like to push the mop? Are you out in the middle? Like, are you in a particular zone, maybe between two corps? Do you want to do it in the lunch area or like in the cafeteria? Are you kind of like a hallway sweeper, or some things are confessed in bathrooms? If you want to be a bathroom attendant, you might pick something up there too. What kind of maintenance or like custodial stuff would you like to do?
Oh yeah, I figured he'd be out probably along the cafeteria and the hallway connecting to the cafeteria, pushing around the mop and broom and
sure,
cleaning out the trash bags, taking stuff out to the dumpster.
Okay. So the morning's starting off. Rather slowly. As you're doing this, is there a particular skill? I mean, I guess a universal catch-all might be perception, because you're looking for, did someone spit their gum out? Did someone spill a coffee as they're going, as they're rushing from the breakfast in the cafeteria to the media room? Do you want to do that? Or is there maybe another skill that you have that you think would provide a unique result of some sort of information prompt?
Let me look.
Bureaucracy.
I do, not jokingly, have some bureaucracy.
I don't doubt it.
Because, the bureaucracy could just be more of the recognizing people. Like, pushing the mop doesn't take a skill roll. It could if you wanted to go things that way. If you wanted to just use that as the cover to schmooze or something, then...
I was going to say, so one of my best skills is conversation.
Oh.
So I guess I could be trying to, when people are eating or going to throw something away, be trying to chat them up about their booth or their company.
Okay. Sure, go ahead and roll conversation.
Alright. Almost rolled contortionist. Apparently JP is stumbling on his words tonight or something.
That is your second crit fail
Second crit
on
fail
conversation.
on conversation.
It's all
Damn.
it's not
Is JP accidentally forgetting that he's speaking in French?
Feel maybe.
It's just that early. He hasn't
There's
switched
also-
to street slang yet.
The other thing too is that opposed roll with a crit.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Okay.
people really don't want to talk. You really do lose a lot when you take the suit off.
Yeah,
Oh.
so, if you'd like to think that the man makes the suit. In this case, well, maybe it's just because it's not a suit. It's a different type of uniform. Well, people are just, they don't have time. They're too busy. You get someone. You're like, oh hey, good morning to you, and then they bump into you, and then you get like the coffee on your suit. I don't know. There's probably a booth bunny dressed like a Japanese schoolgirl running through the hall with a piece of toast in her mouth. Like just everyone's in a rush. They're and then naturally, of course, the one girl just like bumps into someone else coming right around the corner, and it's a disaster. So there's no conversation to be had. This is just a very we're here to rush. We're here to I don't know. We have a meeting to get to. We got to get photos or something else. So you're not having a good start to the morning. However, as you're in there and you have coffee spilled on you, and you got the mop. Excuse me, sir. I'm hoping you have a moment.
Oh, yeah.
I'm Jen from Hard on Tech News.
Welcome.
I was hoping. Well, it looks like what you're doing isn't so much about tech, but it's here to support everyone who is. And you've had a bit of a morning already. I was hoping maybe for the human interest side of the story that I'm writing for the electronic fair. Would you mind if I get a photo?
You want a photo of these old bones?
Of course. Everyone's so used to everyone has to be young and sexy and sculpted or whatever. And we forget that people use tech. And that's why we're so hard on tech. People just turn into it to solve its
Quite
problems
enjoy
when it's the
technology.
users that are also part of the problem sometimes, but are also the solutions. They're the people who facilitate it. You're the type of guy who needs to drive the truck to get the tech to the store, or to be here to, clean up spilled coffee, which I appreciate.
Well, just make sure you don't spell my name wrong in the credit.
Oh, of course. And how do I spell your name?
He spells it out, Jean
Gene?
hyphen Pierre. Well,
Pierre.
yes, but in
Okay.
French you say Jean.
Oh, Jean. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, as long as it's spelled like how you told me, then don't mind my pronunciation. Jean Pierre.
Great.
All right. Now, if you don't mind, pose in some way. I don't know, with your mop and your bucket, or do you have like a thing that you do here as like a team member, or the light goes on,
Say,
a little
he
thing goes
just
over.
kind of like, leans. Imagine you got the mop here, and he just kind of leans on the mop and flashes a big old bright smile.
Oh, how warm! I love it. Hopefully this goes through. Surely nothing bad can happen. Beat a 13 for me on
Wardrobe
acting
and
can
style.
work, or wardrobe and style.
All right, let's try some acting.
Okay, there you go.
15.
You have that what's hide the pain Harold meme. It's like, oh, I'm glad to be here.
Very happy to be here.
It's like
Oh,
3 hours
wonderful.
into the shift and he's already just creaking.
Yeah.
I'm an old man. Why did I choose manual labor?
But the photo goes off. Oh, wonderful. You know what? I'll tell you, of all the photos, the two most prominent have been you, and there's another guy who probably doesn't get credit, very behind the scenes. He was working on some tech. Probably no one will see him. And I'll tell you, like, he cracked a smile. Like, don't tell him. His smile cracked his face a little bit. But it's you two who are here actually doing the work. And yeah, you got coffee on you, but unlike the other person with a wardrobe malfunction from today, yours is actually working. It's kind of doing what it's supposed to do. So maybe that adds to the charm. Everyone expects a clean uniform. You're actually showing like you're doing work. You're putting it in.
Oh,
And here at Hard
Poor
on Tech,
Kiri.
we put it in.
Kiri just getting
That's
shit
good.
talked all day.
Well, thank you for your time, John. John
John
PR.
or Jan?
All right. Can I call you JP? That's for short.
That makes it a lot easier, indeed.
That makes it. Oh yeah. I'm easy. So yeah. Thank you.
You're very welcome. Now don't step on any gum. It's so hard to get out of those shoes.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I'll keep my eyes open. In fact, so I don't have to step. I think I see over there, Outback. Let's start your morning off. You got to present yourself. I know your breakfast is usually in a liquid form out of a 12-ounce bottle, but you need to hopefully pass an 8, please.
Okay. I'm gonna put 2 luck on it.
There we go.
16.
All right.
Probably the
Somehow.
best one so far.
Yeah, you're probably one of the
Somehow.
most dapper-looking, like general labor guys for the convention center here. All right, so you come in, you had the modicum of whatever. So it's still it's close to 5, but it's not quite there. So you did shave in the hour it took to get into town, whatever, but you wear it well.
Yeah.
So you pass muster there, and you have the fullness of the morning to start shuttling around people on the interior of the convention center. Now, as you're doing this, I mean, this could just be simple driving. You keep the schedule. There's nothing in you're not pulling stunts, but everything is just you keep everything on time. Or if you want to do something else, like as you're driving, we could say that you're skilled enough that we can presume you could go 5 miles an hour on a indoor, course, and you want to try and talk to people, to schmooze a little bit like what JP tried. You tell me what you want to do with your morning regarding your role as a driver of people back and forth.
I think I am going to make another skill that I'm not as good at. I guess I'm better than some. Yeah, I'll talk to people, Cab driver energy.
Okay.
See if somehow I can drum up some conversations.
Okay, go ahead and roll it. What's the worst that can happen?
Wow, conversation is cursed.
No one wants to talk at this convention. They're all
I'm not rolling conversation anymore. This is a cursed skill.
Just kill me, please. Put me out of my misery.
Can I be at least successful in something?
We'll find out.
Every
No pressure,
one of
but
you have fucking crit failed.
Yeah, we'll see.
all right. So
Have faith in me, Kiri.
I think Outback's accent is just way too thick.
yeah. All right.
He
Well, yeah,
doesn't-
you are from
he-
Texas, so it's
Now
He
a little
also
bit of that southern drawl.
He also doesn't use street slang. He uses his English, which is heavily Texan accented.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so you're talking to someone who you thought would be a very easygoing. She looks like she's the rise and shine type of person. A nice older lady. She's actually dressed very quaintly. And so you're speaking to her about this or that, or you're talking to her about tech, or maybe like, oh man, that you're probably coming across as like Boomhauer to her, like, get on down, show them down, Cyberpunk, just roll them, get them brain dances there.
Yeah.
That's beautiful.
Through conversation, yeah, it's boomhowering.
You're just one you're one chaw spit away right next to JP as you're passing by doing that. And JP's like, what the fuck? No, so you don't do that part. But so you're talking to her, you're trying to make small talk at a tech fair. And then you take the lady to actually the independent area where she's being dropped off. Because this was a custom call. So maybe there's like a VIP or maybe because she's older, she needs a little help getting around.
Yeah.
So you take her, you're chatting her up about this and that. And she gets off and says, "Oh, bless you. Thank you for trying." And she starts hobbling away, and the guy who was with her, like maybe like a handler or something of some kind, just kind of like pats you on the shoulders, like, "Bud, that's the Gannett granny you were just talking to about all this stuff. That went so far over her head. She's here as a guest star of the, she's here to endorse one of the indie products, and I appreciate the effort, and I'm sure she does too in her own way, but just so you know, it didn't really land."
Bugs. Probably gets another notice on the cart that he has a pickup.
Yeah.
Head off. Doesn't know.
Granny.
Outback doesn't know who he is.
Yeah. Yeah. Outback probably doesn't follow the social mediaites of Night City right now, so.
Yeah. I just really like to imagine just during all of that, he's just like, I'm gonna do Arasaka. I'm gonna. It's like, what is he saying about Arasaka?
Oh, I love it.
You know,
Outback Boomhauer.
Now I'm wishing I did take that Arasaka job, because that feels like it would be so much better than this.
And then, lastly, you do get a signal. You're hailed over to someone from the media. As she comes like clopping over. She's in high heels and everything, and she herself is a rather animated individual, with the way her physics are presented, in her media outfit. Hi, I'm Jen from Hard On Tech News, and before we get going, because I'm the one who called you over, I'm getting this, not just the flashy stuff that's out there, but the people behind the scenes making it work. I was hoping I may be able to get a photo of you to feature the human story behind the tech. I couldn't hear you.
If I say no,
Oh.
Well, all right. If I say no, you're just gonna do it anyways.
I would prefer that you did say yes.
All right then.
Oh, thank you so much. So just, I don't know, if you feel more comfortable driving, I could sit behind you and take a picture over your shoulder, or do you want something low and dramatic? And,
You're the media here. I'll trust you on whatever you think is best.
all
All I
right.
can imagine now is like some deep bass, like trumpet, like pumping up music, and the show is just those low, dramatic shots of those airport trolleys.
Yeah.
just like a car meet fan cam, but it's a golf artist.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. All right. Okay. Because this otherwise might look like a boring job to a whole lot of people, and there's probably not a whole lot of tech in this thing. Let's juice it up. Let's put some action on this. I'm gonna do an upshot here, and I want you to sit behind that wheel, and I want you to look like driving this thing is your entire existence. This is who you are, what you do, and you're gonna ride this thing to the grave.
Cool. So I'm guessing I'm gonna do acting. I'm gonna use the remainder of my 5 luck.
Okay.
But all my luck on the line here.
Yo.
So it's a 30.
Man, you got like some like Vin Diesel like looking, family. Like, that's what or you like flex your forearm on the wheel and you get like the definition of the soulless daylight LEDs, but like, man, you make it look good. And family.
I miss my
Wow.
family.
I miss my family.
Oh no! Oh, the tragedy. I didn't
Wow,
even mean that,
this
but it's also
photo-
relevant.
This photo, man, this photo is gonna look real good on the front of Shuttles magazine.
Shuttles fortnightly. She tells you that this is actually yep, this is the best photo yet. Man, it is. I love taking pictures of all kinds of tools, but it's the people that really make it work, and so far you're the best. You're the best this morning. You make it look. Your uniform is clean. I love that hat you're wearing. You don't have any spills on you, and it's not gotten in the way of your job.
Well, I appreciate that very much.
And then as for, actually, I did call you because I need you to take me over to one other place here before the luncheon, and then things are going to get really busy. I'm sure you're going to have full carts.
Yeah. Not gonna be any better tomorrow. All right, hop on in.
All right. Yeah, thank you. I'm going to go over to the, I don't know what they would call it. For any of you that would know, or like lethality, like what would be the home base, like where, like the tech HQ or like the tech offices, like, is there a name for like the cluster of like where Kiri would be working, like the behind the scenes offices and administration stuff? Or I don't know if there's like a formal
D-Res again?
Yeah, or I'm sorry. Well, talking to Lethality, who plays Kiri, but about the name of like the behind the scenes place like this.
It would be the quote unquote backstage.
The backstage? Okay.
Basically what
Stage.
it's like, yeah.
Yeah.
I
all right.
think you might have also gotten them mixed up again.
And then, well, yeah, because
Yeah.
then I'm. This is the bridge then over to D-Res. So yeah, I crossed wires. Haha. Better to do that at a place than tech places where you got to go.
After the most epic streetcar photo shoot, we take off at a blazing 4.5 miles an hour.
Jen, I could get this up to 8.
Speed has never felt this real.
So yeah, she'll say, "Oh yeah, take me to the what is it? The back door, I think."
Backstage. All right.
Yeah, that's the place. I need to go there. I've done a lot of front of house people, but really, for all the pictures that I've taken, I've never taken anything in the back door. So bring me there and let's get some photos, and then we'll have our luncheon and go from there.
Into gear and leisurely rolls off.
Yep. All right. I mean, if it's of some consolation to you, Outback, the floors have been freshly polished, so even though you're going 4.5 miles an hour, they actually do make a little squeak when you're turning.
Lovely.
Yep. All right. D-Res, you show up. You have your uniform, your office-y kind of stylized one for what you're doing. Present yourself to your supervisor.
I am garbage at anything to do with cool. I am a trash tier human being.
You just gotta beat
have
an
a
8.
super high luck either. As far as I recall, you don't have a high luck stat either.
Nope. I have a dog water luck stat. Ayo.
I
What's the
dumped
worst that
all
can
7
happen?
of mine.
What's the worst that can happen?
I've got one left.
I've got none.
I've burned all of mine too.
I'm gonna burn 2 luck and 2
High five.
I want the audience
yeah,
to be aware that this sort of stuff is also a part of Cyberpunk. You gotta look the look for the job. So, as much as we do like the bang bang shoot 'em up and squealing tires getaway, this is also a part of the conflict and the anxiety and the tensions in Cyberpunk.
Yep.
I am burning 2 luck, and I also have 2 Fickle God's favors.
Okay, we're starting with a 4.
Look, when I said I'm dog water, I said I have a cool of 6 and no ranks.
Same as me. So,
Woo! There we
Ooh,
go.
But that's an 18.
I have a cool of 7, so you know.
we
So
got the.
you're
Meanwhile, me with my cool of 4.
yeah. So I think you actually you're the best. You pull off your whatever, because I said you all can like just narrate what your fit looks like for your job. So whatever it is, you wear it well. It shows the curves where they need to be shown, or doesn't where they don't, or whatever. The trim works. Like you're surprised that like, man, they had this in just my size. You go in there, you kind of do your anime thing, and you pull it off. And your supervisor's like,
She has
D-
1 curve.
Wow,
She has
D-Res.
1 curve.
D-Res wears corporate well.
kind of.
Ew.
Shockingly well.
Middle management, maybe not exact, but she pulls off middle management. So yeah, like you get your
The true villains.
let's see on here. I think you wanted to be called D-Res here. Let me tell you, ma'am, you are above and beyond so many others who came in. I am so grateful. I've received reports that there are people who apparently needed this job so bad, and then they drugged themselves in. They weren't shaved. They didn't look the part. You at least carry yourself with some presence, some dignity, and I'm really happy about that. So that being said, let's get you in your chair and get you to work. We're starting off on the right foot here, and while no one may see your face, just know that that carries through. You can feel it even through the net. At least that's what I believe.
I'm no basement dweller, so.
No, and hey, you do a good enough job. Maybe the convention center could use someone like you.
Maybe.
All right. Well,
See
anyway,
what you think later.
here's the terminal. We already know you've gone through the basics. I know you have the gear and you have the basic skills. Go ahead and log in with the account you're given. Good. Make sure you check the nodes and other access in the architecture. Good. This is your supervisor who can monitor your activity.
Mm-mm.
All right. Well, there's a couple other people I need to make sure will even show up at all, and that they're hooked in all right, and then I have my own duties. I was getting some reports that there may have been some weird things happening already. I can't tell you what to expect other than the unexpected. That's just part of the job, though. You got to organize the chaos. All the data filters through us. It's up to us to parse through it, to package it, to scan it, to do everything. If you need help, just send up the signal flare, and I'll see if I can hop over.
Can do.
All right. She takes off and goes to do her own things and trying to get some other people situated. So you have your layout of how this looks, how the nodes are arranged, and on the little map you have the individual vendors, and you can sort of like see the flow of data going to them, and the packages that they bought. Well, this person only bought whatever the poor 1 gig up and down, and then there's another small vendor who had the 100 gig up and down simultaneously. So you can see the baseline data, like the company name, probably like whoever the rep is that would be contacted for data stuff or would contact you. You can see the general flow of information, that sort of stuff. At least with what you're broadly given. So there's no, if you want to if you want to have stuff pre-resed, you're welcome to, because you were told to be prepared. So we can presume that you would have that in case something does happen where you need to. So what do you want to do? You can look through cameras if you want to try and read lips again. You can go deeper than what you were given access to if you want to try something like that. Maybe you want to use normal perception or human perception. You tell me. How's your morning spent?
She's probably going to spend the morning just kind of keeping an eye out. The supervisor already told her that there's been some weird stuff already going on.
Mm-hmm.
So she's going to keep an eye out for anything weird.
Okay.
So, weird conversation, weird action, weird placements, weird
Okay.
movements.
I guess then in the broad, because you have a suite of tools as a netrunner, and it all pretty much just filters off your rank as a netrunner plus a D10, right?
Yes.
With any programs you have, does that add to any sort of whatever? Like there's something like the Pathfinder to like look for things or diagnostic tools. Do you have any things that would give you pluses as well?
The only thing that I have program-wise would help me breach better.
Okay.
Aside from that, quick hacks or combat. If I'm breaking into something, that's where I make rolls with hacking. Pathfinder that you brought up reveals the map of an architecture, so it's all architecture based.
Okay.
For all of those, if I'm in a node and controlling things, it'd be more like, what do I see?
Okay. Then let's just have you roll your, I don't know, you can filter it through some ability that would effectively just be your rank plus a D10.
Okay.
As you're kind of doing general surveillance, and this is over time, so it may not be a particular skill, but just several over. All right, well, thank you, Nisa, for the added pluses. That was wonderful.
10d6 plus 1d10 plus 6 plus.
Yo!
Ooh.
Okay.
Not, Jesus Christ.
Straight interface roll.
Jesus Christ.
That's a 19 plus 4.
Also, it is Sia, which is the booster that helps you with Pathfinder.
Okay. For you, Drez, you are running into a situation online similar to what Gopher ran into physically. I mean, you don't know that he did, but as a player, you are finding that so as you're seeing like the data as it's like apportioned to each of the booths, you're finding that some data packages are not accurate. Someone paid for the 100 gig and they're getting 70. And you're never finding more. It's not like the person with 10 is getting 40, so that there's like net the same. It's just distributed differently. You're finding that the higher packages have been throttled, and that there is, I don't know if this is actual terminology or concepts in net running, but you're finding like tunnels into various independent booths, like it would be like a back door left open, or if not left open, a back door was created that would be like smooth. It would be like a secret door in D&D. So you found several of these, like on first look, Nisa's scanning she's scanning for trapdoors also on the other camera. What you all don't see, audience, is she's rubbing on the face cam to my players. So she's also
giving
looking
us
for secret
nuzzles.
doors.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Netcat.
Yes.
A port scanner to end all port scanners.
Maybe
She's giving us
Drez
nuzzles.
maybe Drez for this like actually turns into some like digital cat and uses her digital whiskers to feel for ma'am. You're a menace. But so anyway, so the doors aren't open, but they're there. And it's not consistent, and you weren't told that some places would have them or not. Maybe the vendor themselves installed it, but it's just there's suspicious activity that you have found, and you've had to correct some things like throttled data.
Okay. So you're describing it like as if someone had hacked and had started to throttle their speeds, or is starting to steal their data?
Yeah, like for you to go into just like click, no, they should have 100 gig up and down. That's easy. This shouldn't have been messed up unless someone actually did come in drunk and disheveled. And they're hiring a rank 1 netrunner with, you know, like a dial-up hip-based whatever, right? So some of this stuff is either rank amateur mistakes, which is really weird, or the big accounts that needed the most data have had just enough throttling that would be slowed down without the great success you had in actually just analyzing the accounts versus what's being delivered versus the flow of information over time. Like, you processed a bunch of stuff that would probably be beyond the minimum required. And so you saw this pattern of the ones that requested the highest like fire hose of information have actually been just scaled back enough to kind of crimp it without being too noticeable. Or that could be explained by, there's it's a little overcast, so our satellite dish isn't, you're signed up for the 100, but you're only getting 70 because of those damn birds. There's probably birds on the radar dish or something, right? So you've noticed a lot of that, and then for several of these independent vendors, and the vendors don't have a pattern to which ones had the secret doors installed.
A random assortment.
Yeah, a random assortment. There's no pattern there, but you did see that a random assortment of them did have these secret doors that presumably could be tunneled through the data and opened up to be snuck inside of. I don't know if that'd be the same as like having a virus planted before, or in whatever net running methodology and terminology, but something's there that could be kind of like what JP wanted, to have a person on the inside who'd be willing to open the door, like open the fire escape door or something.
That would definitely be virus work.
And also, you did very well. I don't know if you care or you follow the Gannett Granny, but she is actually a VIP that is in one of the booths that has the lowest amount of data requested, and it has not been like whatever backdoored or trapdoored or whatever. She's working with a company called the Rube Cube, and so she's slated to make a guest appearance. In fact, it looks like she's just been dropped off. As you see a little like VIP like blip blip on your digital like visualization of things. But Rube Cube has been left alone. Even though there's a VIP there, the Gannett Granny. You like knitting, right? And baking?
As far as those back doors are concerned, I'm going to start closing them.
Okay. Easy enough. You start the process just like Gopher's like, oh geez, HDMI upside down? How did you make that work? Oh, you didn't. That has to be replaced. I can do it, but oh god. So there's some of this stuff. It just takes time to do, but you can do it. Especially because it's low rush. Now, as you're doing that, your supervisor pops up, like in your headspace, in your virtual space. I saw what you discovered. Hey, great job on that. Great initiative as well. Keep doing what you're doing. There's actually someone here who's in meat space outside you. Jen from Hard on Tech News. Just act normal. Do what you do. She wants to get a picture of you providing security for the small businesses, not just the megacorps that are here. If you can manage it, I don't know how distracted you are, but I don't know, like try to smile or something. But definitely work on closing those up. I'm going into the logs to see what happened, because those shouldn't have been there.
No, they shouldn't have. They're sabotage, essentially. So, I will make an attempt to smile, but I'm concentrating. I cannot guarantee it. I don't want her taking pictures of me. Doesn't she realize that her magazine is a dick joke?
How would you like to pose for this? Are you acting? Are you?
I am not doing a thing. I am laying in the chair, and I am concentrating. I'm doing nothing out in the meat space.
Okay.
It is the most boring photo on purpose.
Then tell you what, roll a wardrobe in style, because you're laying there in your clothes, but maybe you made them look good before. Maybe just laying there and working, you can make them work for you again.
I purposely want to fail this.
Well, you didn't.
Well, you
It's not the best,
try to
but
fail and get a good roll. I try to succeed and I get a critical fail. Yeah.
Look,
All right.
I crit succeeded where it counts, okay?
You did.
I am a hacker. I am a hacktivist, y'all.
So, yeah, as you're laying there, and she's like, I don't know if you can hear me, but I guess keep up the good work. It looks like you're kind of uncomfortable. Is there anything I can do? Can you hear me? Hello?
I can hear you.
Oh, all right. Well, hi. Thank you for doing what you're doing. I got your picture. I don't know if you wanted to do anything special for it, but I mean, it's enough to show that people know that the top netrunners are on the job here at the convention center.
I don't even want you to publish my picture.
Well, your supervisor took care of that. I guess there's some sort of a mask that's gone over your face on the picture.
Thank you.
Oh, please don't thank me. Thank your supervisor. She's not self-aware enough to realize that actually was kind of like a kind of like an insult where she wouldn't have cared, or do you have any I mean, what you do actually mixes the human part of things with the tech part of things. I've covered some tech and I've covered the human side. Do you have any particular comments about what's going on here today, things you hope to see, or things you're prepared to handle?
I will handle the threats to this particular section of this convention appropriately. You needn't not worry.
Okay, well...
I'm trying to concentrate here, Jan.
Oh, sure, I'm sorry. I don't know how this stuff works. You're probably like fighting aliens or something, however that works in there. I'm sorry, but hey, thank you so much. This is going to make for an excellent article. The woman who bridges humanity and technology at her job. And it's just kind of you just like there, like, just leave me alone. Like you're not a potato, but it's definitely not like the action shot of family, like driving the shuttle.
No.
Okay. So, She leaves you alone, and your supervisor kind of pops back up. Yeah, I made sure that that you had a digital mask on for that. And thank you as well for letting her do that. I think it's important to showcase that, you know, a lot of people think that a net running job like this at a convention center isn't worthwhile, or you can't actually do good things. But hey, you've shown them otherwise. Well, you showed me otherwise, and you got to impress me more than you got to impress her. So forget that hard-on girl. You leave them alone, and they'll just shrink away.
So many dick puns.
It's not my publication, and it seems to get the attention of people who want to read it.
It essentially assumes everybody likes dick. Oh well.
Oh well.
Should we
Anyway,
inform the vendors that
yes.
they had potentially been sabotaged?
Yeah, I'll be contacting them, and I'll be sending a member of security out as well to talk to them.
Fantastic.
And we're hearing the Cyberpunk music from this raid by Macabre Derek. Welcome in. Also, hi Vancouver by night. Welcome, welcome.
Hi, Mater.
All right, so
I'm the awesomest netrunner that ever did a netrun.
yeah. Hey, Moxie.
I'm a walking wardrobe malfunction.
Sit down.
Yeah, yeah. At least it wasn't like the Janet Jackson kind of wardrobe malfunction. Although I'm sure that would have turned some heads too. But
Oh, thank heaven for small goddamn mercies!
is that what you call them, the small mercies, or? Like...
They're not small.
No, I think Kiri's more well endowed than Diva.
No, I've seen I've seen your hydraulic pumps activated for Sandevistan there, so that's
Arr.
Sandevistan make go burr.
All right. So the morning shift is over, and
Yeah.
before we get into afternoon, you all, so the two working for corporations, you have in the corporate area, you're gonna have your own meals, so you won't be able to schmooze with the others, at least not directly. And remember, you did sign NDAs. So I guess if you want to try and clandestinely text each other, you may. But we'll presume that you all are sharing a mostly overlapping Venn diagram of lunch breaks. The three of you working for the convention center, we can conveniently say that you are on the same lunch break, so you all can sit at the same table if you want. You'll get kibble. The nice part about working for the corporations is that you two will actually get you'll actually get real food. So you can actually have
But
like
my silver lining.
fried rice
get sushi.
with real egg and whatever, right? So you will be given a nicer lunch with non-artificial proteins.
So I do want to point one thing out, though. I do need to go.
Yeah, we're finishing here. So now that
Okay.
the gang is together, you can share things you want from the morning shift, and we can either do that behind the scenes on Discord, or we can do some role play as well. And then when we pick up next Friday, we'll finish through media day, and then we have Friday, Saturday public open time, and then Sunday. And you can kind of get a sense of the rhythm of things as we parse through our days, one chunk at a time, and we build on the events that are being noticed or conducted. So that way we have a smooth flow moving forward. But we will end things here tonight. So for the Raiders, I appreciate you coming in. Hi, Heretic Trance. But we are going to shut things down for the night. I hope that you all enjoyed it. Definitely some laughs, some dramatic moments, one way or the other. Unique personalities and looks on display. And we'll see what's happening, because obviously there's some suspicious stuff brewing. Nothing's come to a head yet, but all things in time, as the saying goes. So take care of everyone. We're not going to go into a raid because it is late. We're just going to drop out here, find someone in our community to support, say hi to them, or also get some sleep because it's late. Go sleep, go sleep, be potat. And we'll be back tomorrow with probably not a roleplay review. I do want to do the Alien RPG stuff. Maybe some Phasmo or something. Just sort of like a fun puzzle stuff, right? Anyway, take care, everyone. Belmuerte, it was good to see you here. And we'll come back next Friday to finish our media day at the Electronic Fair. Goodbye.
Bye.